Look, Megaleech, there's an extra. I found one more chicken. So yes, I'm going to start the stream and make a video. First, I'm going to pour this drink. All right, that's that done. Put my GoPro away. The weird thing is I think there's at least 3 more rubber chickens somewhere. I have no idea where. Can't find them. I'm going to take a picture of this for publicity purposes. Okay. All right, now I've got to do the talky bit. Ooh, I haven't turned my background lights on. What the fuck am I thinking? What sort of shit show is this? Hey, Heine. There we go. Got my background lights on. All right. That seems to be crooked. I've probably done this again, have I? Last time I put this up, I put it up wrong. How's that? That's straight. Okay. Okay. Talky time. G'day, cocktail lovers. You know what I feel like I haven't done in a while? A Milk Punch Monday! And this is Monday for me when this goes live. I understand a lot of people are in different time zones. And in fact, who knows when someone's watching this down the line. But for me, this went live on a Monday, so it fits. Tropical drinks are one of my favorite to do a milk clarification on. Tropical drinks are one of my favorites to do a milk clarification on because they already have the citrus element you need to curdle the milk. And sometimes I like to use coconut milk or coconut cream as opposed to dairy because that's a whole tropical feel. I'm going to be doing that today. I'm going to be doing a clarification of a cocktail I've never had either on its own or milk clarified. So I'm very keen to see how this goes. It's called the Bahama Mama. Like most of these tiki-style cocktails, you'll get a lot of variations in recipes online and in books, but the basic thing goes coconut rum, overproof rum, a coffee liqueur, pineapple, lime. Fuck, lemon. Like most of these tiki-style drinks, you'll get a lot of variation on... Like most of these tiki-style drinks, you'll get variations on the recipe in different online guides and books, but it'll basically go a coconut rum, an overproof rum, coffee liqueur, pineapple juice, lemon juice, and little variations or sometimes big variations around that. Besides the actual clarification, my biggest variation is going to be on the coffee side. I'm going to use this from the Archie Rose Distillery. They call it Blasphemy. Most of the recipes say use something wussy like Tia Maria. This is actually a whiskey blended with coffee. And I'm not even a coffee drinker, and I like this. And also because when you do a clarification, the flavors tend to get toned down. So I wanted something with stronger, bolder flavors. So this will be the coffee element. And talking about overproof, you don't get rums much higher proof than this. This is 151 proof, an Australian rum called Inner Circle from the Beanley Distillery in Queensland. It's a rather special one. Can't always get it. I have some at the moment. So this will be going in. The coconut element will be coconut fat washed rum I made myself. This also is a higher than average proof white rum. So there's some pretty strong elements in here, but the clarification is going to tone them down. I'm going to make a batch here because if I'm going to all the trouble of going through the clarification process, I want a couple of drinks at the far end, but I'll give you the directions of if you were making a single serve of this. First, we go with 1 ounce or 30 mils of white rum, then 1 ounce or 30 mils of overproof rum, then half an ounce or 15 mils of the coffee element, 2.5 ounces of pineapple juice, and finally just 3/4 of an ounce of lemon juice, around 22.5 mils. For the clarification process, I'm now going to add that to some cream of coconut I made. And the ratio you want of your cocktail to the milk element is 4 parts drink to 1 part of the milk. Giving that a gentle stir as I add it, and then I'm going to set that aside for the curdling process to really take hold. And my experience with coconut products is you really want to leave it for at least a day or so to get some good separation. But then you're going to pour that through a coffee filter to start the clarification. Now, it's the curds or the separated elements that actually do the heavy work of the clarification, and they won't all settle to the bottom of the filter first. So you'll need to let it run through for a while and then take that bit out and put it back through. Alternatively, you can run the entire solution through more than once. If you have the patience to let the process run its course, then you get this beautiful clarified drink. And of course, to show it off, I'm pouring it over some of my sexy clear ice, and I'm going with my favorite garnishes, a twist of orange peel and a maraschino cherry on a skewer. It's definitely a double pleasure with clarified drinks. They look fantastic and they taste fantastic. And I love comparing them. Like, look how dark the elements were, and it's come out this clear. And the dark rum. And you saw how gross it was when it was doing the separating process. It absolutely looks terrible when you do that. And when it works well, you get this absolutely fantastic result. Clear Ice really shows it off. And as I like saying, check out my channel if you want to find out the easiest way to make clear ice. Doesn't take up a lot of freezer space. I've got a secret weapon. There'll be a link at the end of the video. Look at me rabbiting on. I haven't even tried the drink yet. And oh my goodness, that is great. It's very interesting. There's a fair bit of pineapple juice in here, and that's probably the dominant taste. And the elements of that really strong rum and that pretty strong... There's a lot of pineapple juice in here, and that's probably the dominant flavor. But then as it goes down, the really strong rum comes through, and the little coffee elements just sit with you. And this is great for me. As I said, not a coffee drinker. You get that almost nutty, dark chocolate coffee flavor, but it's really light, but it's what sits with you. You get a little sweet burst up front, and it's this beautiful bracing clear thing, and then the deeper flavors just kind of sit on the palate and give you a multifaceted experience, which is what I like in a cocktail. I like it when it's more than one thing. And this one doesn't just look good, it tastes good. And you know what? If you want more of this little magic of the clarification process, I do have a lot of other clarified cocktails on the channel. You should check out the playlist for them. And in the meantime, I hope you are taking care of yourself. And I do hope to see you again sometime soon. I'm going to finish this off, and I will say for now, cheers. That was a bit garbled, but it'll probably do. I've got so many clarified cocktails now. I'm weirdly obsessive. Okay, let's get some shit happening. Ooh. All right. Put this spoot of the way. Switch that off. And I shall sit down. And we shall set aside the chickens for a little while I settle down. All right, chickens, you can go over there. There we go. Okie dokie. Here we are. Well, there you go. Oh, that's so yummy. Oh, I can take the banner off now too. Deep sigh. Just relaxing into a Friday night. A party night. I've got to stop thinking about how I was yawning earlier, because if I think about that, I'll start yawning again. And that's just a thing I do. I start yawning and I can't stop. So I'll stop thinking about it. Just looking. Oh, we just had our warmest winter on record. Huzzah! We are fucked. Like, we are short-term screwed. Kathleen, hello. I am very well. How are you this fine evening? Or if it's evening indeed where you are. But it's Friday night, my party night. I'm just warming up. Just made my first cocktail. And is actually a slightly inaccurate statement. I just poured my first cocktail. I made that over the last 24 hours. And it's super tasty. But yes, that was a fun bit of news. Did you see? It's officially our warmest winter on record, which is probably leading into just a brutal AF summer. God, 1.5 degrees Celsius above the long-term average. Highest since records began over a century ago. Gosh darn it. Oh man, summer is going to suck so hard. Bushfires are going to be so bad this season. Oh, I'm glad you're good, Kathleen. Strictly Sega, how you doing? Nice. Heine, doing adult stuff. That's what we like to hear. Kathleen, not daily, and I use a service called StreamYard. My God, I've only been using it 3 years. StreamYard to restream to YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook at the same time. I've primarily been on YouTube over the years, but because this is a one-touch thing that I can just restream to other platforms, I do that. Most people watch me on YouTube. Some people watch me on Twitch. Some people watch me on Facebook, and it varies from night to night. Not quite daily. When do I tend to do streams? Sunday, not Monday, then Tuesday, then not Wednesday, and Thursday, Friday night's party night. I go late. The other streams I normally only do for about 2 hours, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. local time. Friday night, I keep going as long as I can, till maybe 2 a.m. if I last that long. And which I know is super lightweight compared to a bunch of Twitch streamers, some of whom will do 6+ hours every single day, which is wild. But my streams also tend to involve alcohol. I make cocktails. See, it's the bar. Can't really afford to be knocking that back all the time. Kathleen, you may ask me anything you like. I'm pretty open to that. So Strictly Sega, you've had a hectic week. Nice. Kicking back. So yeah, most weeks, how many days is that? I will do 4 or 5 nights a week. Every second Saturday I do. So every second Saturday is stream, and the other one is date night with Mrs. Angry. So yeah, but and the streams started with COVID when everything was going extremely screwy and just needed some attempt to maintain interaction and keep a grip on sanity. Because I used to do pre-recorded videos all the time on YouTube, and I haven't for the last 3.5 years. And I probably won't ever again. But who knows? But the streams is just like chill out and sanity. Whoever wants to come on. You're a supporter of streamers, make this Twitch. Oh, okay. So Kathleen, I dig where you're coming from. I actually just had someone who does stuff for Twitch make me so. I'm not streaming natively to Twitch, so I don't really do all the bells and whistles that a native Twitch streamer does. So I very much appreciate the offer. At this point, I'm not in a position to use it. I know the types of things you're talking about, but I am not really in a position to use them at the moment because I'm not streaming natively to Twitch. And hello, Numbing. Thank you. I trimmed it especially for you. That's half true. I actually trimmed it this week. It was getting a bit long and scraggly, and I trimmed it, and I went, hey, I thought I was liking it longer, but now I like it more trimmed. Coincidentally, another difference that COVID made. Prior to COVID, I had short hair, which I dyed dark, and same with the beard. It was shorter than this and dyed dark. And with COVID, I grew my hair out and stopped dyeing it. So, all the silver fox stuff. Oh, nice. I'm old and my eyes aren't even good enough to see what that little emote is, but I appreciate it, Numbing. Yes, so COVID changed a few things. Also, I started my cocktail channel on YouTube, started a new channel for the first time in ages. Still a very small channel, but I'm having fun doing it. I'm also working on a last man standing strategy because there's a bunch of other cocktail channels, but where people fall by the wayside. And I think, well, if I just stick with it, the rest of them, not all of them, because there was a couple of quite big ones, but maybe I can aim for bigger things in the future. Who knows? Who knows where it will lead? Where I hope it leads is I get free shit. Because I don't really see a future where I make more from YouTube or streaming than I do from my day job. But I just want to get noticed enough that distillers give me free shit. Which doesn't really... Actually, no, there's actually a couple of venues here where the people who do the socials for the distillery know me. And when I visited them, they give me a free drink and stuff, which is good. There's little bits. It's good. All right, so I also... Oh, wow, I'm finishing that already. I have to pace myself tonight. What's looking? Oh, my Trello. That's what I was looking up. Duh. Now, I had decided which short ones I was going to make tonight. Is it a Constantine? No. I think it was Hawaiian Cosmopolitan. Yes. Coconut rum, sour apple, pineapple juice, and... I'll need to go and get the pineapple juice and lime juice. What a goose. Honeycross Old Fashioned goes over there. What's the Ancient Mariner? Rum. Grapefruit juice. I actually have grapefruits out there. Squeeze. What's that? Rum, allspice, lime, grapefruit, simple syrup. Thinking of what I will do. But let me see. What's across the Pacific? No, it wasn't that's not what I was planning to do. Old Money's a tequila drink. It's not a bad looking tequila drink. It's arguably a variation on a margarita. Across the Pacific. Wasn't planning on making that tonight. Adios amigos. Rum, cognac, gin, vermouth, lime juice, sugar syrup. Wine Cosmopolitan. Oh, was it La Fontaine? Yes, Calvados. I haven't made a cocktail with Calvados for a while. And for fun, it has a dash of absinthe in it as well. Hey, Chog, it's party night. Nice. Had a few schooners at the bar. That's good. Well, I mean, good for you. Sorry, my hair. So the thing about having this long hair, I'm not really good at keeping it in order, quite honestly. So I'm gonna make La Fontaine's the stirred one, and I didn't bring the thing in that I needed to bring in. Le Lait Blanc Rouge. So I need to get that, and the wine cosmopolitan. I need to get. Okay, I need to get a couple of things out of the fridge. So, brief time for chickens in. Well, actually, not brief time. I'll make a video when I get back. All right, let's try and get chickens. There you go. There's a little cluster of chickens. I'll put the banner so people know. Chickens are in charge. And I'll be back. Fucking yum. Oh no, you're having buffering. I hate slow internet. Anyway, I've just got to get a couple things from the fridge. It'll take me 30 to 60 seconds. Okay, have I got the drinks? The things I need. And I'll make another drink. I'll get myself set up. Do. It's time to put on makeup. Is La Fontaine. I'm going to put these back. This goes here. Alright. I'm going to do a swappo with the mysterious cupboard of mystery. Put the coffee whiskey back. And get the apricot. I think I still have. Where is it? Wait, what's that? That was it. Jesus Christ. I put it in alphabetical order. Why did I forget? I put it in alphabetical order. Alphabetical order. All right, Calvados. There we go. My barrel-aged Calvados. Okay. That should go there. Oof. And a dash of absinthe. Wo ist meine Absinthe? Right. That's all the elements ready. Yep, this would be a stirred. Oh, fudge. God damn it. Gotta go out again. I forgot to get stuff out of the dishwasher. What a clune. I thought the missus might like that if I actually went with it. All right. I need to get some stuff out of the dishwasher. God damn it. Another 30 to 60 seconds. I am a silly Billy, forgetting to get the basics out of the dishwasher. My shaker, my jiggers, and my strainer. Absolute basics that I need. Alright. Oh, Christ, now I'll need some fucking ice. Jesus. What's wrong with me tonight? Is getting all the profits of streaming to an audience of 4. Nice. Glad you like the that I actually officially am the angry chicken man. Also, because I got an extra chicken tonight. So, all right. Jesus Christ. Maybe this is everything I need. God damn it. Okay. Now I just need a drink called the Angry Chicken Man. I don't know. All right. Fuck me. Okay. So, now, we can move some things around. Und. Right. GoPro. This. Light. Yeah, let's have a GoPro on. Alright, maybe a bit higher. Might take you higher. Oh god, I've got an 80s song, or is it 90s stuck in my head? Dynamic Hypnotics. Why do I remember stupid shit like that? The Dynamic Hypnotics. Soul kind of feeling. One hit wonders. Although they're a proper working band. Okay, so 3/4, 2 ounces. All right. Let's get it happening. 2 ounces of Calvados. Apple brandy. 3/4 of an ounce of the aromatized wine. Bar spoon and a dash. Okay. rock and roll, ready to make this drink. Cow hugging vegan, hello. I don't know if these chickens are good people. I think they're plotting something. Okay. Und so, making my drink. Calvados. Apricot brandy. Bar spoon. And just a dash of the old absinthe. Dash is such a meaningless, imprecise thing. Dash. Okay, so that's that. Now, get some ice in this sucker. All right. Seal my little ice container so it'll stay froze for the stream. Ah, Jesus. I didn't get the fucking stir. Fuck. Okay. Remember me saying I got everything? I lied. I swear to God, if I realize I've forgotten something else, I'll be super annoyed. All right. All right. It does never feel so good. Ooh. Ow! That pin. Ow! Fuck! That pinched my finger. That really hurts. God damn it! I hope I don't get like a blood blister from that. Alright. Drain it into the glass. It's a nice looking drink. Okay. Oof. Take a photo for publicity purposes. Turn the GoPro off. Okay, a few more people joining. I should join you in a moment. All right. Let's turn this around. Bounce it off the roof. The roof, the roof. The roof is on fire. Okay. We're doing good. We're doing good. Let's get this happening. Okay. That's ready. And we're off to the races. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is called a La Fontaine, and it's kind of an apple brandy Manhattan. There's a few interesting elements in here, and how well do they go together? They go together in a very interesting way. Here's how we make it. In a mixing glass, you're going to put 2 ounces of Calvados or the apple brandy of your choice, and then 3/4 of an ounce of an aromatized wine like Lillet Rouge. Then just a bar spoon, around 5 mils of an apricot brandy, and a final touch, 1 dash of absinthe. Add ice to the mixing glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink, and then strain it into a chilled Nick and Nora glass. It's interesting how these things make a fucking noise at me. Right, yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting how even that tiny amount of absinthe comes through. It's a quite interesting. Don't keep saying interesting. It's interesting how that tiny bit of absinthe comes through. And I haven't had a Calvados cocktail for a while, so I thought I'd try this, and it's well worth it. Give it a try. La Fontaine. All right, sit down and see what I really think of it. Can't do a proper tasting in a 60-second. Yes, Chug, I agree. Time goes way too fast. I wish to speak to the manager of reality and lodge a formal complaint. Time is going... It's not just that time's going too fast. Too many things are happening at the same time. I want the rate of things happening to slow down, and I want them to only happen one at a time. Not global pandemic and rise of fascism and economic collapse all happening at the same time. Thank you very much. Gosh darn it. All right, I'll switch the banner off because the chickens aren't in charge anymore. Oh, we're talking about George Carlin temporarily. He's interesting. You can find his first late night TV appearance on YouTube. It's from the 60s because he's an old dude. Well, he's a dead dude now. And he's just a very run-of-the-mill comedian. And you can find some from different stages where you see he's at different phases. Like that real social commentary stuff he did for the last 10 to 20 years of his life. Very different to what he was doing in the early days. That does sound familiar, Chog. Time is the fire in which we burn. I feel like that's sci-fi. Like, is that Battlestar Galactica or something? It is also interesting because I'm a huge Carlin fan, actually. But it's interesting, you look at some of his stuff and you go, at the time, this was pretty radical and edgy, but time has also left it behind a bit. Yeah, because there is definitely some stuff where I go, oh, you're not really thinking of people you're marginalizing when you do that. And I agree. Anti-capitalist, he had an excellent bullshit detector. Here's me being either controversial or woke. And I say this as a Carlin fan. Looking back at some of his stuff, it's like, wow, that is a straight white dude saying that. Because I think he's missing who would be marginalized in these things he's saying. But man, for a boomer, he was cutting edge. I really liked his stuff. And wordplay, he was also really good. It's not just that he had really good social commentary and is very insightful with the routines. He did wicked good wordplay, and I love wordplay. He basically did quite intelligent comedy, and like I said, I can easily pick at some of his material and go, ooh, not sure that holds up. But again, it's only relative as well. But yeah, he was such a great performer to actually just weave really quite funny comedy, quite biting social commentary, and pretty fucking slick wordplay, and just weave it all together. Great performer. Just amazing dude. I just remember he was in is that Kevin Smith film Dogma? He's just doing this whole routine about hitchhiking, and you know, if a truck driver wants you to give him a blowjob for a lift, that's just part of the deal. No, well, in Dogma, he was a bishop. It was Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back that he was talking the hitchhiking stuff. Oh, see, Chog, I think Carlin is a very compassionate and loving guy in his own stage. But I can look at some stuff and go, there's a chunk of white guy privilege happening in there. You're not quite realizing who would be left behind there. But I mean, I'm nitpicking. I'm honestly nitpicking when I say that. And I only say that because I'm a huge fan of his. I haven't watched Dogma in ages, but having grown up Catholic, I found it really entertaining. Although it's like the central plot point. I was going like, no, that wouldn't work. It's like Kevin Smith had got into this weird dogma. Was like, according to church rules, if these angels walked through the door of the newly consecrated church, their sins would be forgiven. So if they'd done these awful things, they'd be forgiven. But the asterisk in there is that for confession to work, you have to be truly sorry and truly mean to never do it again. And the angels weren't truly sorry for the terrible thing they did. They were cynically trying to exploit, the letter of the law. And it's just like, it wouldn't work. Again, this is just because of 10 years of Catholic education. I was going like, no, that wouldn't actually. Oh no. Wife invited you to watch Star Trek. And so, oh, you're hanging with Angry Chicken Man? Go and play Zelda. Yeah, well, our partner's in the same. Mrs. Angry is out there playing that Horizon Zero Dawn or whatever the fuck it's called, and getting into it. She had my homemade blood orange liqueur in her chocolate dessert this evening, which she quite likes. So I'm making a big batch of that because my test batch of blood orange liqueur worked. So, and actually, I started it today. I made a syrup, and this is blood orange peel. It's already, I don't know if you can see, changing color. The Spiritus Polish rectified spirit, 95% alcohol. I guess it's about 250 mils there. I'm going to leave that for a few days to just really just leach the color and flavor. And I just thought of something I could do, because that shit fucking burns when it's being dried out and has that 95% alcohol in it. It burns. I'm going to use it to smoke a glass. Damn. On Sunday night. Okay, I've got till Sunday night to come up with a smoked cocktail. Ooh, it's going to be good. All right. There's two ways I could do it. I think an old-fashioned, basically. Smoked burnt orange peel in an old-fashioned. Oh, man, that's going to be good. That's going to be a neat little trick too. So your daughter's asleep, wife gaming, laying on the couch with the dog. Bloody brilliant. Drambuie. Fine liqueur, that one. Good over ice cream, quite honestly. I have Drambuie, I think. I also have two Aussie versions of basically the same thing, honey whiskey liqueur made by, actually they're both Tasmanian, two different Tasmanian things. And this is one I'd super recommend. It's made by the Lark Distillery. You can get it at Dan's. It's called Slanche. Holy shit, it's good. Not that expensive either. Need to find a smoky liqueur. I have a couple of smoky spirits. Safa Brew. You live in sex ed school management, remove the condoms, Catholic school. My Catholic school would never have fucking considered talking about condoms. Oh, Chog, yeah. Drambuie on ice cream? That fucking kicks ass. That is really good. Another night. I don't know, you want to order ice cream tonight, but yeah, Drambuie on ice is good. Drambuie is just good. Hell, Drambuie, even if, I don't know if you're a tea, I'm not sure about coffee. It might be too harsh. I think Drambuie would be good in tea. I'm not a coffee drinker, so I can't judge. I think coffee might be too harsh. Heine closes the HTML on adulting. You've earned some chill time, Heine. I think you're talking about laundry and stuff. I do mine tomorrow. Hey, Lemonheads, gentleman in his 80s on your darts team used to drink Lafroig. Oh my God, yes, Lafroig. There are some super fucking smoky whiskeys. I have Talisker, which is peated. It's not like Lafroig. What's the other one? Lafroig's notorious. There's another one that's really... Ardbeg. Ardbeg is another notorious one. Oh God, you're going to order some ice cream just because I'm a bad influence. Oh, honey, you did laundry in bins. I'm going to do laundry tomorrow. Actually, God, Lemonheads. Look, I've got this gift pack. This is meant to be super smoky whiskeys. Maybe I'll try them tonight, actually. There's 3 super smoky whiskeys in here. Do I want to? No, I don't think I want to do a video like for my cocktail channel. I think I might. I've had this since post Christmas, because this was a gift pack that didn't sell, so it was marked down post Christmas. Well, I don't want to be that bad an influence. But yeah, Drambuie is good just on ice. I know Safa wants ice cream too. Oh God, I got this one from Woolies. It's a New Zealand ice cream, and it's some pretty funky flavors. But they also do a couple things where it's 4 different flavors in the same tub. And I think either this week or last week. Actually, it was probably last week. Maybe it was this week. Might still be on special. It was like even like half price. Okay, look, I'm going to steer all in a particular direction. Okay, let's look at Woolies. Ice cream. 374 products. Jesus. Okay, that's a bit much. How am I going to fucking find it? I am not looking through that many things. Okay, it's from New Zealand. Maybe if I put New Zealand, 39 products. That's not ice cream. That's an umbrella. Okay, well, that's some fucking bullshit. Okay, maybe I'm going through 11 pages of things. I'm determined to do it now. Okay, it's not on the first page. Go through the second page. Avengers. It's not on the second page. Halo Top. It's not Halo Top. Drumsticks. Okay, it's not on the third page. I'm seriously, I'm fucking committed now. I'm only on the third of 11 pages, but I am going to keep going. I'm absolutely committed now. Maxi bonds are on special. I like maxi bonds. That's not what I was talking about, though. Come on, goddammit. No, it's still going. Frosty Fruits. Weiss, whatever. Page 6. It's not on page 6. Is it on page 7? More than halfway through now. I found it. It is half price. Okay. This one. Okay. Fucking Woolworths should sponsor me. I'm giving them a free ad. Okay. This one, they call it Much More Awesome Foursome ice cream tub. So it's half price, 2 liters, and you get these 4 flavors that are really cool. Yeah, and it's from New Zealand. So what are the flavors? So there's vanilla, chocolate with cookie pieces, choc chip cookie dough, and salted caramel. Those 4 flavors are in there. So that has my official stamp of approval. Half fucking price. Maxi Bon and Drambuie. I'm not sure about that. I think just have it on ice would be a good thing. Look, I might make. What do we? Okay, Jesus Christ, we're 1 hour in. Time fucking flies when you're having fun. Okay, so the La Fontaine is now doing. What's the one I was going to make? Yeah, okay, I'm going to make a Hawaiian Cosmopolitan. All right. This is shaky. Oh, I know what I'm going to do a dirty dump in my big glass. All right. I am going to do Hawaiian Cosmopolitan. What is it? 2 Oz of coconut rum. 1 Oz sour apple. Yep. This is gonna happen. All right, I'm gonna do this. This will be the last video I make tonight, so it'll be the last time I step away. But I better put the chickens in charge if we're going to do that. Come here, chickens. Got 1 extra chicken tonight. Okay, what are you doing? Get in there. There we go. Here we go. That looks pretty good, doesn't it? All right, I'm going to put the banner on to say chickens in charge while I make this video. All right, this won't take long. This is another short. Ugh. Okie dokie. I left that on. That's okay. I've got to remember to change those batteries though. Okay. Bring the VidJo camera back over here. That's pretty wild. That's pretty strange. Have you ever seen a jellyfish? That shit's crazy. All right. Okay. You can go there. This can go there. Okay, you're got to go back into your appropriate places. You go there. Everything in its proper place. And that should go back in the fridge. This should go back in. What do I need? Hawaiian Cosmopolitan. Coconut rum. Sour apple. Okay, I do need something from the cupboard. Oh, where are we? You go there. Is that the sour apple? That's the sour apple. You, absolutely nothing. Coconut rum, sour apple, pineapple, and lime. All right, put this out of the way. Put this out of the gosh darn way. Megaleech in love with all the chickens. Okay. This should not take long. For a 60-second video after all. Oh, that's pretty well. Pretty strange. Have you ever seen a jellyfish? That shit's crazy. That's all good. Okay. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Shake, shake, shake. 2 ounces of coconut. Man, I've used up nearly all my coconut rum. Sour apple, get ready. 'Cause here I come now. Get ready, 'cause here I come now. Is it 1 ounce? Yeah, 1 ounce sour apple. Great. 1 ounce of pineapple juice. Need a bit more. Half an ounce of lime juice. Alrighty. Now, gonna put, I haven't used this for a while, my big chunky tiki glass. Tiki goblet, in fact. Alright. And, gotta put Put some extra ice in here. Extra ice. Extra ice. Next the round. Okay. Yeah, okay, we'll do this. Shake this sucker. Oh, fuck. That looks pretty cool. All right. My hands are a bit sticky. It's kind of sticky. All right. Time to take a good time. Gonna take a picture for publicity purposes. Okay. All right, we're on like Donkey Kong. Hey, Mism Creations. I'll be back to chatting in just a minute. G'day, cocktail lovers. I was in a bit of a party mood, so I made this party of a drink. It's called a Hawaiian Cosmopolitan, and it's bright, tart, fresh. Whether you're in summer or wish you're in summer, get a go with this. Here's how we make it. In our shaker, we put 2 ounces or 60 mils of coconut rum, then 1 ounce or 30 mils of sour apple liqueur, then 1 ounce or 30 mils of pineapple juice, and finally half an ounce or 15 mils of lime juice. Add ice to the shaker, shake that good and hard for 10 or 15 seconds to chill and dilute the drink, and then I chose to just do a dirty dump straight into a big tiki goblet. Because what else says party like a big goblet with ice and a tropical drink? Give it a go. The Hawaiian Cosmopolitan. Cheers. All right, that's it for videos. I'm just fucking sitting and chilling first night, and maybe talking to the chickens. I don't know. I might talk to the chickens. I'm talking again. All right. Over there, switch that light off. So the light's a bit more gentle in here now. You like this? I like this shirt, actually. Very kind of 60s feel, the design. Most of these have a 50s, 60s vibe about them. It's like playboys in their apartments having a party and being sophisticated. That's the vibe I get from them. Chog, I'd only have vanilla ice cream with Drambuie, actually. Oh, a little bit tart. Sour apple and lime juice. Oh, it tastes... What's that American candy? Jolly Ranchers. That tastes like a lime Jolly Rancher. I'm not saying that as an absolute 100% endorsement. Oh, yes, you saw the chat. Yes. Had to break the news to them that not only was I not really in the market because I'm not doing native to Twitch, but you also got in first as my designer. But I admire the hustle. I like the hustle. Oh, damn. Vanilla caramel brownie sounds... No. Oh, my God. That sounds awesome. With or without Drambuie. That sounds good. My default probably would have just been vanilla, but vanilla caramel brownie sounds really good. I mean, I might even... Like, this would be a good ice cream. I might even go out and get some of that ice cream I was talking about and pour my honey whiskey liqueur over it. I might. Nobody can stop me. Thinking about making voice chat on Discord on the server. Oh, yeah. We have actually talked about doing that a couple of times, like as a group. But yeah, if you just wanted to chat sometime, that would be very cool. But yeah, I'm gradually getting more of a hang of Discord, honestly. Yeah, yeah, we did talk about it because, I mean, once you're on Discord, you can do fucking whatever. You can play music and shit. And so I have to worry about, although I'm not sure exactly why Twitch has a much more liberal policy. Maybe they got a licensing thing going on because Twitch streamers play music all the time. Can't do it on YouTube. But you can do what the fuck ever on Discord, of course. I mean, maybe we could even like set it up for a very specific party night. That the party's on Discord, people joining on chat and whatnot. I don't know. We had a concept in the early days of these streams, like the first year of COVID, the after party. Some people would still hang out when I wasn't streaming anymore. We haven't really done that in like a year or two. But it's a whole thing. This is probably a reasonable amount of alcohol in it, and it doesn't taste like alcohol. These drinks are very dangerous. Yeah, like I said, it just kind of tastes like sour candy. Yeah, weekend night, a Friday or Saturday night. Yeah. That would be the time to do it. Yeah, no, it'd just be like chill, fun, and without worrying. And if we did it on the Discord, we wouldn't be worried about randos or getting copyright strikes or whatever from YouTube. So maybe we can build up to it, have it a special event. G it up a bit so people get interested in doing it, and yeah, get a few people. That would be good. I'd like that, but we'll see. We'll see. That sounds like a good thing to plan and have ready. Yes, a special event. Just something. I don't know what we'll time it for, but something where people can just like hang and have a good time. That's what we want to do. We want to have a good time. Oh, that was fun. Sorry, I was just looking How did I get 2 likes on Facebook? I don't know. I don't think these people even watch the stream. It's just people I know on Facebook who went, yeah, thumbs up. That's okay. It's all good in the hood. We'll see what happens. Oof. Okay, where are we up to? It's 9:14. Okay. Might pace myself now, having had several drinks. Might have something. I don't have any. No. God, I'm gonna remember what I said. If I forgot something, I freaking. Oh, Jesus Christ! I said don't do it. I'm just gonna say pay $30 to have ice cream delivered. Jesus. I don't know that I said it should be you should get ice cream delivered. I don't know if that was me. But I hope it's good. Oh no, Safra, I have to pace. I want to see how late we can go. If I don't pace myself, I'll fucking crash by 11. I'm still feeling good, but it's only the first hour gone so far. So gotta pace myself a bit. I want to try. I'm going to try these. I'm finally going to try these. Smokehead, Islay Scotch. Not sure what distillery made them because I think Smokehead's a distillery. I am personally responsible for the decision. Okay. She's like, I tell you what, you might convince me. I might go out and get some ice cream. Even just put it in this goblet and pour some honey whiskey liqueur over it, whether it's Drambuie or I think I still got. There's only like a little bit of the Lark one, Slanche. I should maybe finish it and then go and get some more from Dan's. Although I need to stop spending money on alcohol. Need to stop spending money, basically. Crazy man. Oh God, where'd I put my phone? Give me a phone. Okay, so that's good. So Hawaiian Cosmopolitan is in doing now. Excellent. And I need to check something. That. Sorry, this actually will not take long. Don't take a good man down. If I do this, then I can put my phone away. Ding. Yeah, I got it right. 2-factor authentication, mofo. I occasionally get these messages from Facebook that I tried to change my password, which I didn't. It's just some fucking weirdo trying to hack my account. I'm like, I've got 2-factor authentication, bitch. I know, Saf. I was keeping money. Oh, oh God, I don't even remember the song, but I really like the song. No, it was a jellyfish. Have you ever seen a jellyfish? That shit's crazy. I've got him on Bing. Bing fucking sucks balls. Shit's crazy. Oh, slowly. I will double check, but I think the band's called Slowly Slowly. Slowly, Slowly. Jellyfish. Yes, okay. So the band's called Slowly Slowly. The song's called, is it called Jellyfish? Crushing in the sheets too. Yes, okay, so the band's called Slowly Slowly and the song's called Jellyfish. And I really like it. Again, because it's just got that weird lyric. That's pretty wild. That's pretty strange. Have you ever seen a jellyfish? That shit's crazy. Saffron on YouTube. Comments aren't appearing. Oh, that's weird. Saffron and Honey both here. No, I never had braces. And my teeth are fairly straight. And I never had braces. I think both my offspring having like Invisalign. Honey, listen to the first 30 seconds. I quite like the song. It's just a funny line to me. Have you ever seen a jellyfish? That shit's crazy. Although the film clip is like a stereotype of hipsters. I don't have good teeth. And I had a really shitty dentist as a kid who inflicted terrible pain on me and turned me off dentists for the longest time. And so several of my molars, you can't even see. I've got molars missing. You don't really see it when you just say, actually, my teeth are looking okay. I had them whitened this year. I think all the Pepsi Max stained them a bit, so I had them white. I think they look okay. Oh God, Chog. Your teeth are more crooked than the LNP during the Howard administration. That's crooked. Although more crooked, New South Wales LNP. That is... New South Wales is just notoriously the most hardcore crime state, whether it's Labor or Liberal. Queensland's like Bush League corrupt. New South Wales is hardcore, serious criminal corrupt. Okay, that's enough of that. Okay, so should I taste... No, I shouldn't taste the Smokehead straight out of the bottle. I'm going to be super fucking classy and get my mini tasting glasses, my mini Glencairn glasses, which I've had from various whiskey tasting events. They've even got shit embossed on them. So I've got some from, it's probably not showing up, but that's got embossing on it. Or actually, it's not embossing. It's what's the thing where you burn? Anyway, that's from the whiskey show, and that's from the Bakery Hill Distillery. But anyway, I got 3 of these. So I'm going to try these Smokehead whiskies. So this one, oh God, yeah, no, Berejiklian, corrupt as fuck. But also, you just look at New South Wales. I mean, from Robert Askin in the 70s, Nifty, which was Liberal, Nifty Nev, Labor in the 80s. Like, New South Wales is just so fucking... I mean, it's so fucking corrupt. Going back to the Rum Rebellion with Bligh. Jesus. So this is an Islay single malt, aged in a rum cask, 46% ABV. Nice. And yes, Safa, Queensland's classic was the Bjorky. Fuck! Almost knocked that glass off. Would have been really annoyed if I broke it. The Bjorky Peterson era was the classic corruption in Queensland. Okay, so the second one, another single malt Islay Scotch. This is just generic, 43%. So this is like the baseline, I think. This one's the baseline. This is just your generic Islay single malt. So I'm actually going to try that first because I think it might be the most subtle. And the last one, I think, is cask strength. Chog, I like New South Wales too. Grew up in New South Wales. But fucking corrupt governments, man. Fuck me. 58%. Whiskey does not, you do not often get whiskey released at a higher proof than that. So that's an Islay cask strength. 58%. Gosh darn. Okay, so I'm going to try what's probably the bog standard one. This is just default smoky whiskey. Oh my god, that's so fucking... Actually, was it? God, it's slightly rubbery. I literally went, that smells like a burnt thong, as in the footwear. But not in a bad way, if that makes sense. Like, I literally just thought burnt rubber, but not in a bad way. Oh, no, it's just the lockdowns. Strict say it's the lockdowns. It's nothing else. Absolute weird fringe feral fuckwits. Got thing. And also the Victorian Conservatives are in such disarray. They're very angry. Oh, no, suffer. All governments are corrupt or at least a bit dodgy. Oh, no, Dan Andrews fucks around a lot. Probably does deals with some unions and whatnot. I know, Chog, I'm super fucking bad with the words. I go, oh, it's like that, but good. It's like mezcal, which is the smoky cousin of tequila. It's like you poured the tequila into an ashtray and then drank it, but nice. I'm an idiot, is what it comes down to. Oh god, here's the thing with the Islay Scotch. There's this Band-Aid iodine aroma on it. Pretty much everyone agrees it has that. It's weird. So it's probably more a Band-Aid aroma than a burnt rubber aroma. Anyway, it probably tastes better than it smells. I'm going to taste it. Ooh. Oh, no, that's just honey. Ooh, it's got something pretty savage on the back palate, though. Oh, no, this is... Okay, fucking hell, man. This is like honey glazed barbecue meat. I'm not sure what a vegetarian would make of this, but this is honey glazed barbecue pork to me. Or spare ribs. It's a really deep, smoky honey. Oh my god, it's actually pretty fucking good. God damn it, this is pretty fucking good. So it smells like Band-Aids, but it tastes like barbecue. God damn. This is a whole thing. Oh. And it's almost like when someone gets really funky and special with cooking, and kind of like when you're cooking a chicken and they cut slits in it and put some herbs in it. It's a little bit like that. like the chicken's being barbecued, but there's herbs. There's a herb coating on the barbecued chicken. Fuck, that is actually pretty fucking good, quite honestly. If you like smoky. Yeah, see, Chog, I say this with a huge asterisk that I am very bad with the words. Smell it. That's the best. I know it sounds terrible. Smells like Band-Aids but tastes like barbecue. I know. It sounds terrible. I know. A little bit of water to cleanse my palate. Now, this is the one that was aged in an ex-rum barrel, and I'm very keen to see what the difference is. So aroma-wise, ooh, it's way sweeter. Hey, Laura! Hello. So lovely to see you. I know you've been busy in your sleep thing, and you're on the Discord apologizing for not being on the stream. You don't need to apologize for whatever's happening in your life. Oh, this smells way sweeter. What's it taste like? Oh, yeah, this just tastes like honey. Ooh, and then the smokiness, the smoky flavor comes later. Oh. Oh, it's almost a barbecue sauce. You know, a really sweet barbecue sauce? This almost has a smoke. It's like there's one I've bought from the supermarket. It's a they call it hickory bourbon barbecue sauce. That's what this tastes like. Yeah. If you're up for a chat, Laura, I'm keen to know what you've been up to as well. I'm just tasting super smoky. Stricky Sega wants to do some train spotting. Loving it. Wanting to do some train spotting. Honestly, oh, Laura, disgusting smell of ashtrays when you smoke, shake a black bin liner. The aroma of the first one, not 100 miles removed from that. Oh no, okay, I'll try. There is a really good one you can get in Coles and possibly Woolies as well. It's an American barbecue sauce. It's really good. Caleb, hello. Haven't seen you for ages, man. How you feel? Okay, Laura wants to join and tell us a story. So I'll put the friggin' link in there, honestly. And also, this goes out to anyone for realsies. It's Friday night. If anyone wants to join, go ahead and do it. I think that's the right link. Jesus Christ. Tell me if it works or not. Okay. Oof. And now we come to the real challenge for me. A cask strength. Oh my God. Speaking of ninjas who were just lurking, although he's not coming on yet. Chog barbecue sauce in a liqueur. Oh no, not so okay, so Pat's there. How you doing?
Hello.
And Laura. Hello, Laura.
Hello.
Hi there. How are you doing?
You're doing good. How's everything with you?
Oh, not too bad. Like I said, as I said recently, that my sleeping pattern has been rather chaotic. So when I've been wanting to go to bed, it's like an hour ago from when you starting.
Oh my God! Sorry, I just had a sip of 58% alcohol smoky scotch. It burns. It burns.
Well, it's
Okay,
hot.
I need to add a little bit of water to it.
I say it's hot.
Now, when
Alright.
you say add
Okay.
water, are you talking like out of the tap type water or soda water? Fizzy.
Just still water. In fact, it's melted ice in my case.
All
But
right.
most whiskey drinkers will say, yeah, a couple of drops of water opens up. There is apparently a chemical reaction if you put a couple of drops of water in, and it releases aromas and flavors. But I swear to God, this one, 58% alcohol smoky scotch, is a bit goddamn intense.
Yeah, I've only had the. Sorry, I had a really oh gosh, I'm twisting my words. A few years ago, I went to Scotland, to the Highlands of Scotland for the first time.
Yeah.
So I decided, right, if I'm going to be in Scotland at a hotel overnight,
Yeah.
I might as well have some actual scotch from Scotland.
Yeah.
And I didn't like it. It was too strong, and so they put me a bit of water in, but then it tasted like watery scotch, and that's tasted worse.
Yeah. No, I get it. I didn't actually drink scotch. I've only been to Scotland once, stayed there a couple of nights in Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Beautiful city. Went to Edinburgh Castle and whatnot. Actually did a road trip with a YouTube pal, someone I'd never met in real life. He hired a car. We got in it together near Bath, and then headed north. Let's see, I think we stopped in Nottingham one night, stayed in a hotel. Then we went up to Edinburgh and stayed 2 nights in Edinburgh. Then we headed south again, and I think we stopped in Manchester and spent the night in Manchester, and then went to London and spent the next night in London. And we didn't kill each other, which was pretty impressive.
I can't believe you've been 5 miles away from me and I didn't know.
That was, again, like 7 years ago, I think.
Yeah, it was the time when they were talking about doing a badger cull.
Yes, we actually made. Oh my God, we made a video about it, about the badger cull.
Yeah, I commented on it.
Yes, that was Steve, who I think lived near London. But I was amazed that we were able to do this road trip, spend several nights in hotel rooms together, and not kill each other, because we'd never met. We'd only interacted online. But it was, and because we would get drunk every night and live stream. It was just
Look at that now.
like now, yes, just like now, except I was traversing England and Scotland.
Oh man, I need for that today. My birthday.
You got Xbox Game Pass.
Yep.
Nice. You're going to be gaming hardcore for 3 months.
Yeah. For that my birthday money.
Nice. That's a good use of birthday money, man. Oh my God. Chog, who's blaming me that he felt compelled to order ice cream to be delivered, is now going to have Drambuie on ice cream. Oh, yeah, no, Safa and I have hung out a couple of times. And Pat. Me and Pat have hung out heaps.
Lots of times.
I know.
You know what?
It's probably White Knight was the last time.
There is a... Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Oh. So there is a non-100% failure possibility that I may visit Australia.
If you get to Melbourne, I will feel compelled to show you the fine city, Laura.
Because what's that? I had a bit of news recently. I had an uncle who died around Christmas time.
Oh,
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it wasn't exactly great circumstances either. Basically, his wife died, and he kind of went downhill after that.
That honestly, that happens with people who've been together a long time. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so apparently he left me some money in his will,
Okay.
and it's not a little bit of money either.
Ah,
It's not a crazy
Ooh.
amount, but it's a lot more money than I've ever seen. That's for sure.
God damn.
So I'm looking at about 20 to 30,000 pounds.
Fuck me. Sorry. Okay.
Ah! What the fuck?
It's like Pat's going. I have to kill 5 people to get that much money.
Get out! Look at me! Who's that?
No. But Pat doesn't kill people for thousands of dollars a hit. That's I don't know.
Ah,
Anyone, if anyone from the Australian Federal Police or ASIO is watching, Pat definitely does not kill people for a couple of $1,000s a hit.
Obviously not, because he uses francs.
Yes, I think he does it in Krugerrands. He only accepts gold Krugerrands.
That did not work.
It's look, you know, it's a thing, is what we're saying.
So I don't know if you caught it on my on your Discord the other day, yesterday.
Yeah.
I made
You made a cocktail.
I made a cocktail, my own first cocktail.
Nice.
You know, I mean,
And it sounded good, honestly.
yeah,
Ah.
I've made my own cocktails before, but they were just like pre-mixed thing you pour rum in, and that was it.
Yeah.
You know, the most effort you do is pouring and shaking, and
Yes.
you know. But I think the most labor-intensive part of it really is putting ice in it.
Oh god. Speaking of which, I should go and get something non-alcoholic to drink. I didn't bring any of my soda water in here, and what are we? An hour 40 in, and I've had several alcoholic beverages, and I should. Is that a carrot you're eating, Pat?
Yes.
Good man. That's healthy. Just eating a carrot, Bugs Bunny style.
Yep. Yeah.
That's healthy.
My doctor. Yeah, my doctor said more eat that.
That yeah,
Yeah,
your doctor's on the money. Your doctor's on the money. Safa,
Yeah.
I'm probably very close to Tim Smith at the moment. I can definitely tell you I would not drive a car at the moment. That would be a bad idea. But I can probably walk to the kitchen and get some soda water, because I think I need to drink something non-alcoholic at the moment. So I might just wander off, not to put too much pressure on you, Pat and Laura, but I don't know. You can be in control for a minute or two while I'm just going to go out and get some soda water.
I'm trying to think of something to say now. Oh, someone needs someone killing.
Get up.
Hello, Mr. Pat. I have a problem with this person, and I need something doing about it. I understand you take a contract for her.
No work. No work.
Chag, I'm in the. I live just outside Manchester. one of the places that was very rainy. To be honest, no stuff. I don't really have any interest in sport. I mean, I caught that it happened in the news, but I didn't watch any matches. But I was pleased that the England team did so well. There was an amusing hype because it was like the first time since 1966 that the England may possibly win the World Cup. And of course, the men's team haven't done very well at getting that. But so it's like, oh, maybe this time we'll win. Oh no, we didn't. Oh, nice, unanimous from there. Would she move to Australia or something? I don't know where you're from, Chuck.
Oh,
Red's back.
I'm back. All right.
Well, while you're away, Pat's got another message.
Oh, message. Pat got a message. It's like so the message. The message is sometime in the next 24 hours, the last thing someone is going to see is that smiling cherubic face. It's the way it goes. Oh. All right, talking about people being from Manchester. I stayed the night in Manchester. I didn't do anything fun because Manchester's renowned, for fun shit since the 90s. And I didn't do anything fun. I just stayed in a hotel.
That's because you didn't meet me.
Exactly. That was a major letdown. But you know what? Spontaneously, I decided to do when I went out and got my soda water is also this sweet vermouth, an Australian sweet vermouth that I really like. It's from South Australia, Unico Yuzu. And they say you should have this in a spritz with a yuzu soda. And I actually have a yuzu soda. So I'm going to have a spritz. I've got ice here.
It's funnily enough that I've got a screen share ready to go.
Yeah.
Spritz, a recipe that I followed last night, mostly followed.
Oh, okay.
Screen sharing for you.
All right, just a sec, Undo, and I will put that up. Where are we? Oh, yes, this is the one you shared on the Discord.
Yeah, so it's the bottom one that I made.
Yes.
And,
Cool.
got the cherry sours, got the Aperol. They didn't have the Prosecco that I ordered, so they sent Bucks Fizz instead.
Okay.
But that was okay. I quite like Bucks Fizz. And then rather than use the just plain soda water, I used some raspberry and orange soda, which I thought that would looked interesting. So I tried that. It's like, oh, that's quite nice. So yeah, I think that'll work.
Nice.
And then I got some cherries. I say fresh cherry. They weren't really fresh because they're like frozen in a bag, but they were.
Oh yeah.
They weren't very frozen when they got to me.
Cool.
So I dropped about half a dozen in, and a few ice cubes, and then 10 seconds in the blender, poured in the glass. I added a slice of kiwi in the glass.
Yeah.
And then garnished it with a slice of lime.
Oh, nice. Nice. So, Dr. Abigail, hello. You're not assimilated, but you are intoxicated. Fair enough. Oh my God, Chog,
I don't.
does Drambuie and ice cream not work? Is that? I mean, there is honestly a bunch of legitimate reasons to hate me. Bowl of ice cream. Oh, okay. Is it actually too good? I was not sure if that was going to mean the Drambuie ice cream was bad or the Drambuie ice cream was good. But anyway, this is my yuzu vermouth with yuzu soda. Oh my God, that's so fucking yummy. That is so good.
That looks very dark.
This is the reddest vermouth I've ever had. It's from South Australia. Oh, nice. You had a friend over and you sampled whiskies. Well, that's always a good time. That's always a good time. But so this is comparatively low alcohol. What is this? What percentage alcohol is this? Okay, so this is only 16%, and this is mostly soda. So I don't know. This is probably about 5% alcohol. So it's like a beer. This is like your average beer or cider. Oh man, it's so fucking yummy though. It is so good. Oh, yummy. It's very sort of fruity, even though what do they say this is? It's we made a sweet vermouth from fine Merlot and yuzu. Yuzu is a Japanese citrus, which is kind of like lime, but not the same. But this is like the reddest vermouth I've ever had. You put a little bit of this in the drink.
Black.
It looks black, yeah. But this is
black.
like
Yeah.
this is 3/4
Don't get
soda
red.
water. This is 3/4 soda water, completely clear, and the vermouth is so red that it's still this dark. That's only like a quarter vermouth and 3/4 the soda. Oh. And
Oh yeah, I
yes,
saw Blood Moon today.
you saw Blood Moon today.
Yep, now.
Is that a game or a movie or a show?
No. I saw the black. I saw Black Moon.
Oh,
Black-
sorry.
no,
You
Black-
mean the real thing, the full moon that was very big and stuff.
Yeah,
Just
the
when you say
Blood-
that, it sounds
Blood
like you're
Moon.
talking. Yeah, it sounds like you're talking about a heavy metal band or something. And it's just like,
Yeah,
no. Oh, okay. Chog. Depends what your budget is. Okay. If you go to Dan's, one of my favorites is like $20 off at Dan's. Starwoods Nova single malt it's normally like 105 or 110, and it's like 85 at the moment. But it depends what your budget is. I mean, obviously that's more expensive than a lot of whiskeys, but it's cheaper than a lot of other ones. I actually got a backup bottle because it's like, oh, okay, fucking $20 off. I'm getting a backup bottle. Same as I got a twofold for about 65. It's kind of like, oh, it's a backup. And I was asking Kirsten about another one. I think what is it called? 78 Degrees or something. They had. Wait, is my Discord open? No, it's not. I was asking Kirsten because I saw this particular Australian whiskey. It's called 78 Degrees. They had a muscat finish whiskey that's normally like 140, 150 bucks. Dan's was selling it for under 100, so it's like a third off. So it's not cheap, but a third off. And Kirsten said it's good. If it's on special, it's worth it. They have a multi mash bill, so I have literally bought too much booze in the last month, so I'm trying to. Chog, Starward Single Malt Nova is one of my favorite whiskies. Like, there was a meme going around with people who are into whiskeys recently, like, oh, if you are only allowed to have one whiskey for the rest of your life, what would it be? Like, it has to be a general release whiskey, and they were all agonizing over it, and I went, oh God, I wouldn't even blink. If someone said you could only have one whiskey for the rest of your life, it would be Starward Nova. It's so nice. When it's, 20% off at Dan's, pretty good deal. So I'm just throwing that out there. And I guess percentage-wise, a bigger discount is the 78 degrees musket barrel. But I'm also trying to be good, and I was like, I should not buy any more alcohol. But, oh man, that's a really fucking yummy drink. The Unico Yuzu Vermouth with Yuzu soda.
I know what you mean. I went and bought the parts to make these cherry things. And I think I spent about 25 quid or something like that just on the ingredients. Of course, I can make a lot of drinks out of it, but
But yes, you lash out on money, like because a couple of different stores were having sales in the last month, and it was like, between 20 and 40% off good quality stuff. And I was like, I'd be crazy not to get it. And so I probably bought about a year's worth of alcohol in 2 weeks. And I was like, okay, I need to stop spending money on it now, for fuck's sake.
Holy shit, a year's worth of alcohol. You drink a lot.
No, this was a lot of bottles. Like, I was looking at it, what I bought over a 2-week period. And I thought, if this was the only alcohol I had, it would probably take me about a year to drink it. Like, the whole collection, when I look at it, I'm just guessing. But if I stopped buying alcohol and never bought any more, it would probably take me 5 years to get through everything I've got.
Wow.
I've just got a stupid amount. But I'm a collector. I've done it at various times, like when I was at uni, it was vinyl records. I was collecting a lot of records. At another stage, it was comics. I was a comic collector, and I was collecting a whole bunch of comics. And then it was like DVDs. I've got like a ridiculous amount of DVDs and stuff. And now it's apparently alcohol. I collect alcohol. Yeah. So, and Chogs had 5 schooners, half a bottle of whiskey, sheepdog, half a bottle of Drambuie. No, dude, that's not lightweight. That's a disturbing amount. That is a heavyweight amount of alcohol. I think you should stop. That's a lot. That is a lot. I'm just pacing myself. This is a spritzer. It's actually, this is probably only as alcoholic as a beer, quite honestly. What's a 5% beer? That's like a mid-strength, isn't it? 5-6% is like a mid-strength beer. So, and it's fucking yummy though. It's so fruity. Yum. Like, if I wanted to fuck myself up, this thing that I'm doing here, that's blood orange peel with a Polish rectified spirit. The alcohol in here is 95% pure alcohol. So it's close. Your standard spirits are 40%. This is close to 2.5 times stronger than your standard spirits. But I'm just using it to extract the flavor out of this, and I'll be diluting it. I'll be adding a bunch of stuff and diluting it, and then barrel aging it. I intend to leave that in a barrel probably for a couple of months to see what it turns into. Also, fun thing I've decided I'm going to do this weekend. I have a whole bunch of projects and experiments and whatnot. I'm going to make an eggnog this weekend because I was reading all these articles about aged eggnog. Like if your eggnog is over 14% alcohol, the alcohol will kill any bugs because, you know, it's egg and cream and whatnot. And you think, oh, isn't that going to go off and kill me? No, not if it has enough alcohol in it. So I'm going to make an eggnog this weekend and then barrel age it and have it ready for Christmas. So, okay, Laura's dipped out. Again, Chog, Blu-rays. Yeah, I've this thing. At various stages, I collected books. I actually got rid of a lot of my books when I moved about 6-7 years ago. I still have hundreds of physical media discs, mostly DVDs, some Blu-rays. On the Twitch is Junkrat. How you doing? Thanks for coming back and saying hi again. I do remember you from the other night. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. You catch me on Friday night, which is the traditional party night. I have been indulging in the alcohol this evening. I'm glad you are good. I'm doing fine. This is my close personal friend Pat, and I need to stress you may have heard rumors. Best pal. He is absolutely not the most feared killer in Australia's underworld. Okay, the smiling cherubic face. It's not the last thing a bunch of criminals in Australia see. It's not. He's completely innocent. I don't know where these rumors started. I don't know where they started. Look at that beautiful friend. No, not me. I'm here saying it's not true, Pat. I'm here saying it's not true.
Oh man!
I swear to God, we only have this joke because Pat is the least likely person in the world to be doing that because, again, he's such a nice. It's only funny because he's such a nice guy. He would never do that. So if we make jokes about it, Pat lives in country Victoria, so not Melbourne, but out of town, and would occasionally come in, and we'd do meetups and we'd have hangouts and stuff. So Pat and I have hung out in person heaps, actually.
You're making it drunk.
But yes, it is a running joke on the stream that I feel compelled to say repeatedly. Pat's definitely not the most feared hitman in the Australian underworld. It's kind of like that joke. I don't know who did it. Someone did it once on Twitter where they said, like, my T-shirt that says not involved in human trafficking generates a lot of questions that are already answered by the T-shirt. Junkrat. No. Okay, I need to be very precise here. Pat's definitely not an enforcer for the mob, okay? See, he says he's not as well. I say he's not. He says he's not. So I don't know who's saying Pat is the most feared hitman in the Australian criminal underworld. It's not me. I don't say that. It's not me.
Good thing.
Oh, Chog, you started doing CDs again. Sticky. Oh, wow. You are going hardcore for the classic show. Yes, Junkrat. If the cops ever question you, Junkrat, it's important you say, Pat, definitely not. Definitely not the most feared hitman thing. I don't know where anyone gets that idea, Dr. Abigail. And
Hi, Doc.
I'm just putting that. I'm not compelling you to do anything, Dr. Abigail, but I don't know if you missed it when I posted it before. But if you want to join, join. If you just want to chill, chill. It's that kind of night. Oh, Dr. Abigail, I haven't bought a CD in a long time. God, I probably haven't even bought a digital download for a long time.
I'll buy it. I'll buy that.
You bought a Game Pass? That's a thing. I've bought downloaded games recently, but I have YouTube Premium, so I get YouTube Music as well. So, Junkrat! Oh, holy crap, Junkrat! The lore of my shirts. During lockdown, I started buying cocktail themed shirts. Look at that! I love that design. It's like this 50s, 60s.
That's wicked.
Yeah, no, it's a good one.
Cool.
I have like more than 40 of these shirts, cocktail themed shirts. I know, Pat. That is the appropriate response. Like, who the hell would do that? I just kept, and in fact, I got some new ones. I was wearing them last week. They arrived like a week or two ago.
I saw the blue.
The blue one, yeah, the blue one was nice, wasn't it?
That. It's wicked.
Yeah.
That's wicked.
I like it because I see one that's like really different. It's like, oh, look at the colors on that. So I have just a stupid, and I mean, okay, I mostly work from home. I do an office job. I'll go into the office a couple of days a week, and yeah, so people in the office, I wear these shirts into the office. And they're like, well, what are you wearing today? Laura's back. Hello, Laura.
Hello.
So nice to see you.
Yeah. I turned my camera on first time in ages, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a while since you've been on. It's so nice to see you.
Yeah.
Cool.
For some reason, whenever I turn my camera on, it just sort of crashes it, and so I just have to restart.
Okay. So Dr. Abigail's in chill out mode, and that is absolutely fine. No, I am definitely a serial collector. And honestly, yeah, the shirts probably count. I was joking and saying the booze was the last, but the last year or two, I've gotten into collecting these shirts. And yes, Junkrat, Laura is in Manchester and in England. So yeah. So we do get folk occasionally. We'll get someone join the stream from the US of A, and they just provide extra freedom to us. We love to have our freedom brethren from the US to just breathe freedom into the stream. None of them are here tonight. Like the two most regular are Chris and. Sorry, I've blanked on his real name. But anyway, we'll forget it.
Sorry, I'm looking at the chat. Chug says, serial collector, very nice. I'm guessing he's talking about you.
Yeah, no, he is.
Myself. And the other Australian that also is something that's serial, but serial killer.
Yeah. Well, that was... what was the movie? Hackers in the 90s.
Love that.
Where one of the guys' nickname was Serial Killer, but he spelled it Cereal. Yeah. Thank you, Safa. I blanked on Micro's screen name. And I did know his real name as well, and I've blanked on that as well, so fuck it. I don't know. He's our man in New York State. Chris moves around a bit. I think he's around Washington State at the moment. But yeah, we'll see. So we occasionally get folk from all over in here, so that's always a bit of fun. So John, we all have Micro because he's a fun guy who doesn't like the weird extremity that his country's gone into, but he'll occasionally get on a tear with something that's his pet hobby horse, and he'll just fucking go to town. And he always did love to flirt with Aidsy as well. He was always fond of flirting with Aidsy. Sorry, Chog. Yeah, condolences for New York State and Washington State. Yeah, yeah. So Micro's not in New York City, but he's in New York State. Chris is either in Washington State or he might have moved somewhere into the Pacific Northwest. I'm not sure. He hasn't been on for a little while. I do still interact with him on the socials, Twitter and whatnot. I refuse to call it X. Fuck Elon Musk. The stupidest person in history.
Yes. And you'd think he'd have much more to do than just change the name of it and dazzle his neighbors.
Oh God, that guy is so fucking embarrassing. Like, he regularly posts stuff online that's just cringe as fuck. And you're just going like, dude, what the fuck? You theoretically have all this money and could do whatever you want, and you are just behaving like a cringe 15-year-old edgelord. What the fuck? This is so embarrassing.
Yeah, he also said that describing someone as cis, as in cisgendered, is now hate speech.
It's just like, dude, do you understand how language works? Things mean things. It's the opposite of trans. It's a phrase that's used in science and mathematics and cultural. Oh my God, you fucking loser.
Those bloody Greeks again,
I know, with their words and stuff.
Doing all this stuff like, 1,000 years before anyone has any memory.
Chog, I did not see a debate between Jordan Peterson and Matt Delahunty, but it would be very easy to upstage Jordan Peterson. The one thing I've seen various journalists and pundits have made the mistake where they've aggressively gone after Peterson, and he's played a passive role, and he and his supporters end up thinking that makes him look good. With Peterson, all you do is let him talk. Just go, and what does that mean? And don't attack him. Don't try and do a gotcha on him. Just when he talks his blah 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 word salad, just be passive and go, what does that mean?
He's a hard bloviator, isn't he?
He will vomit thousands of words and say nothing. So if you just let him, go, let him go and go, what does that mean? And he hates it because his ploy for ages has been to not commit to anything. So it's like, don't judge anything he says. Don't try and get him on anything. Just go, what does that mean? Because he fucking hates that. Because what he says means nothing.
Incidentally, I've met Matt Delahunty. I was actually in a small circle with him and Aaron Ra, who I showed around Manchester when he came one time, DPR Jones, and Aaron Ra and his wife. And another guy called Ryan Bell, who was a Christian fundamentalist who decided to try atheism for a year and then became an atheist.
Okay, that sounds weird.
Yeah, and he became an atheist as a result of this experiment.
Oh, good lord! And yet, Chog, as you say, it's all just words. My favorite is I forget who it was. Where I don't know who did it first, but I've seen it a few times where someone goes like, and someone says something, blah blah, and said, "You just made that word up," and the response is, "All words are made up."
Yeah.
Because they are. At a certain point, people just went, this amount of sounds I am making means a particular thing. And if we collectively agree these mouth sounds I made mean a thing, then it does mean that thing.
I forgot who it was now. There was a guy who invented the name pandemonium.
Oh, yeah.
Which was to replicate, was to describe the noise of, like industrialization.
Yeah.
Mills and stuff like that, and he just had he had to invent a word to sort of describe all this noise.
Yeah, and also, and this bugs me occasionally, but language does change. When you are used to a word meaning a particular thing, if enough people collectively agree that word now means a different thing, it does mean a different thing because we make up all language. I get a bit antsy when I see people say Shakespeare invented a whole bunch of words or phrases, and go, well, we don't know for a fact that Shakespeare invented that phrase or invented that word. What we do know is our oldest recorded usage of that word or phrase is in a Shakespeare play. And it is truly stunning. Like sometimes, particularly the histories, like I'm familiar with the tragedies that Shakespeare. Okay, I'm just going to do theatre nerd shit for a little bit here and then I'll move on. Shakespeare plays basically break into three categories. The most famous are the tragedies and the comedies. The tragedies, Macbeth, King Lear, the dramatic plays. The comedies, Merry Wives of Windsor, Much Ado About Nothing, Taming of the Shrew. Yeah. All very good. And then there are the histories, which are a bit drier than both the tragedies and the comedies, where Shakespeare was trying to tell the story of actual historical figures. And that's Henry V, all the Henrys. There's a whole bunch of... So there are three types of Shakespeare plays. The tragedies, serious ones, the comedies, and the histories. And at uni, I had studied the tragedies and the comedies, and I knew them very well. And then in the 80s, 90s, Kenneth Branagh was rising. He was at the Old Vic Shakespeare Company in London. He was obviously the new Laurence Olivier. That was the whole thing with him. And
Patrick Stewart after him.
Patrick Stewart was less front and center than Kenneth Branagh. But yeah, Patrick Stewart started in theatre. But Kenneth Branagh, he did a film version of Henry V, which is one of the histories. And I went and saw it. I actually saw it in a cinema. And I was sitting there going, because I'd never studied Henry V. And it has a couple of famous speeches, but I was sitting there and going, it's kind of like every second scene, a character would say something that's a fucking phrase we still use today. And I was going like, are you fucking kidding? This is not... It's like his crowd pleasers, his summer blockbusters, his Marvel DC movie plays were the tragedies and the comedies. And the histories were his art house or serious ones. And this Henry V is a history one. But every second thing someone says is a phrase we still use. And I'm going, are you fucking kidding? That's from a Shakespeare history play? And we still say that? Oh my God. And again, I think like Shakespeare did not necessarily. In fact, I don't believe Shakespeare did invent the terms, but I think they were terms in use in common language in the time, and he was the first one to put them into a text that we still have. Yes. Also, I feel like saying there was like two famous speeches in Henry V. One is when Henry rallies the troops about we might be about to die in this battle, but if we go in there on St. Crispin's Day and fight this battle, from now until the day we die, we'll tell this story about what we did. And it's a great speech. It's really good. And the other, there's a phrase once when it's right at the critical point of the battle, they're laying siege to a castle and they've breached the walls and they're trying to get in. And Henry just shouts, "Once more, my friends, once more unto the breach, unless we stop up the gap with our English dead." And it's just like, fuck yeah. Go, Henry! Invigorate the troops.
Something for Safa. Most people couldn't read. That's an important.
Here's the thing, Safa. Here's an interesting thing we bring about people reading. Shakespeare's plays were designed to appeal to the common people. The Globe, they had the plebs would be down the front, and the rich people would be up in the balconies and whatnot. You look at virtually any Shakespeare play, and it's full of filthy fucking jokes to appeal to the plebs in the cheap seats, to keep them in. There's action, there's romance, there's adventure, and there are filthy, dirty jokes in almost every Shakespeare play. So people didn't read. They definitely didn't read because they didn't go to school, but everything was communicated verbally. So Shakespeare plays, which bad teachers, when we were at school, bad teachers taught Shakespeare as kind of high art and something esoteric and whatnot. And that is not what it was. Yes, it was some of the most amazing use of the English language. 800 years later, it's still the most amazing use of the English language. But
an example is if you watch the Much Ado About Nothing, the Kenneth Branagh one.
yeah,
You've got the Dogberry, the like the police guy, effectively. The watchman, the leader of the watch, and he's an idiot.
oh yeah, the copper is an idiot. Yeah,
It's like, "You are tedious. If it could be within my honor, I would bestow all my tediousness upon you."
yeah.
Again, words he doesn't understand, and that's the entertainment of it.
Seriously, Dr. Abigail, common people, that's latter-day Shakespeare. Blur's one is great.
Oh my God. Did you not understand what she just said?
I want to live like the common people.
The song?
Yeah, that's
right.
Blur.
For a second, I thought you hadn't got the song.
No, I got it. That's Blur. And also, I love Shatner's version of it.
What's
I probably
his
like
name?
Shatner's version better than Blur's version.
Paul. Oh, I've forgotten his name. It was like 1984 or something.
What?
That's
What was 1984?
What you just read out from Abigail.
No, Common People was... Oh, sorry, it was Pulp, not Blur. I don't know. Those Britpop things fucking... Speaking of Blur, those Britpop acts all just kind of blur for me.
Okay, I'm obviously thinking about the wrong one.
Oh, Safa, did you just look that up? Thank you for looking it up. How long ago? 1600s. Was Shakespeare 1600s?
It's actually it's something that I find amusing, because when you get, when I talk to street preachers or whatever, and they talk about the Bible and how, and the thing is, if you look at the style of it, the language of it, it was written around the same time as Shakespeare was doing his thing, the start of the 1600s, and because it was started in 1605 and finished in 1611.
Yeah.
1604, sorry, and started.
Yeah.
And like I say, about the same time Shakespeare was doing his stuff. But if you read Shakespeare, it sounds like a lot like the English we use today. There's a few little tweaks, but generally it sounds like what we have today.
Yeah.
But there wasn't any of this vowel art type stuff. You know, no one spoke like that then. And so they've added this kind of like fake old style, old school style language that nobody used.
I was also just thinking of the Doctor Who episode with Shakespeare in it, where he was this raucous kind of thing, and the bit where Shakespeare says something about like where he's clearly bisexual, and the Doctor goes, "Oh!" and 1,000 scholars just punch the air in triumph. Because there's super gay stuff in Shakespeare. And whether or not Shakespeare and Marlowe's relationship was physical or they were just pals, who knows?
Oh, something for Chog here. So last weekend was Manchester Pride, and there was they had the street. They had the hate preachers there because they turn up, And I decided to engage with one.
Yeah.
And it was hilarious when I sort of asked him, well, give me an example of, evidence for God. And he said, the date, 2023. And I said, what? And he said, yeah, the date, it's like AD, 2023, and it's like, oh my god! And I basically ended up sort of putting my hand on my mouth and I stood back, and just took one step back, as in concealing the laugh, as in like, and I bumped into somebody who was walking down the pavement. I had to apologise. And the thing is, the calendar that we use today was started by Julius Caesar in what we would call, 46 BC. And it was only in the 6th century when they decided Jesus was important that they decided to sort of say, right, Anno Domini. But the thing is, they didn't change the date. They didn't put an extra, 46 years on to the date. No, they continued using the date as it is. And so so the date is actually Julius Caesar before 46 years before Jesus was supposedly born, and certainly before he died. So it's just hilarious that like that kind of nonsense would be sucked up. You had the Julian calendar, which was that, but it wasn't really very accurate. It was out by quite a bit, and like they had to have an extra day every 11 years or something. And so ultimately, the Gregorian calendar, which was 1582, I think it was. That was when they came up with the Gregorian calendar, which is 365.2425 days. Yeah. And that was much more accurate. So it was just a case of tweaking the bit after the dot. And so, but to use the date, it just made me laugh that he would do that. Obviously, he knows nothing about the thing he's talking about, as so many of them don't.
Definitely. I was also just thinking, like, Safa coming in hot with the history facts. I felt like, Ivan the Terrible, born 1530, died 1584. Shakespeare, born 1564, died 1616. So absolutely spot on that it was a crossover. They were alive at the same time. Oh my god, there are so many fun facts. Like you can find out, like what was closer to what, and it'll absolutely do your head in, because I think we very easily get a very confused idea of time and history and how close various things were.
There is a funny little one. So, do you remember how David Prowse did Darth Vader, the character?
Yes.
And he was talking out, doing the dialogue. And of
Yes.
course, he has a sort of Southwest accent, so it'd be like,
Yes.
"I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan," or something like that. Well, it was the same kind of thing when it comes to Shakespeare. So there's, Elizabeth I, and he came from the same area, Stratford upon Avon.
Yeah.
So it would have been a Birmingham accent that is sort of was the core of the aristocracy in the court and all that kind of thing at that point in time. Because, of course, they would get their friends to be, a part of the court.
Yes.
And so, you sort of have this idea that, sort of monarchy is like the Queen and now the King kind of thing. And that kind of sound, that kind of proper English accent, if you want to call it that. And yet, if you read Shakespeare and imagine it in a Birmingham accent, that would probably be accurate to how his brain was thinking of these words as he's popping them out there.
Yes. Yeah. And of course, and dialect change over centuries, because we're talking over, 500 years. Dialects change. But yes, and you've gotten this thing through the 20th century where people believe that Shakespeare should be done in this upper class London accent, which is probably not the case. But yeah, it's a whole thing. It's pretty wild though. Like I said, I rankle a bit when people say Shakespeare invented all these hundreds of phrases, and I go, no, we cannot know whether or not Shakespeare invented those. An accurate thing to say is our oldest documented record of that word or that phrase is from a Shakespeare play, which is fucking incredible. The fact that he captured whether he probably, you look at how various writers work, he probably did create some of it, but he probably was just capturing a lot of it. And the fact that he captured so much of the language of the day and words and phrases that we still use absolutely does my head in. The influence of Shakespeare is incredible. And the fact that you can transpose his stories, because his stories have been used for everything from modern day Hollywood romantic comedies through to science fiction, because the stories have just become archetypal stories for humans. And like you even look like the Japanese ones, the Akira Kurosawa films that are Shakespeare stories. And he's just gone with epic historical Japanese things. But, Throne of Blood, that's Macbeth. Ran, that's King Lear. And it's just, those stories are so timeless. They can be dropped into completely different genres and they still make sense. It's incredible.
I actually really don't like the tragedies. I find them too depressing, too bloody.
They're pretty depressing. The tragedies are definitely pretty depressing.
Yeah, so like I said, my favourite one is Much Ado About Nothing. I love that that one. But I mean that's sort of semi-negative one, although it's a comedy.
Yeah,
it's basically bad things happen because people are waking up, listening into conversations or whatever.
Yeah,
whether deliberately to mess with people or in a bad way, or to mess with people in a good way.
Yeah,
it's the power of gossip, effectively.
Yeah, I was also thinking.
But I must say though, I think Martin Scorsese or I've forgotten his name now, Kill Bill,
Quentin Tarantino.
Quentin Tarantino. I think they could do a really good Macbeth or Hamlet.
Oh, absolutely. They could just do it as a gangster film, and it would be just like great. The one of my favorite is Twelfth Night, and because that's just such. It is a genuinely funny comedy, but it's just a great story about confused identity and lots of. But I'm thinking when I think of filthy jokes, there's one in that where he repeats it for anyone who missed it the first time. Like a couple of the characters are setting up an incredibly annoying simp character called Malvolio, and they're trying to make him think that a noble lady that he's had a crush on has sent him a love letter, and they've faked the letter and they've faked her handwriting. And when he reads it, he's going, "Surely this is my lady's hand. I recognize it. This is her C, her U, and her T." And one of the characters going, "He can see her C, her U, and her T." And so it's just like a joke for the cheap sheets. It's a C-U-N-T. He can see her C-U-N-T. And it was just like, he's filthy. He's absolutely filthy. And even in the tragedies, like famously in Macbeth, there's the comedy scene where someone's coming to the castle where they all got drunk, and it's the night Macbeth killed the king. And someone's come to the gate and say, "Let me in." And the gatekeeper is really badly hungover because they all got shit-faced the night before. And he's like, dude, stop knocking. Calm down. I'll fucking let you in. Just calm down. And when the guy's going, "What happened?" He goes, "Well, we drank. You know what happens? You have a few drinks, and then you have a few more drinks, and you get a bit boisterous." And he throws the line in about, "You know what it's like when you drink? It sets you up and it lays you down." And it's basically saying, like, you get drunk and you get really horny and you think, I'm gonna score, and then you're too drunk to get it up. And it's just like, just in the middle of Macbeth is this guy going, "We got so drunk that we all thought we were going to score with the barmaid, but none of us could get it up." And it was just like, sorry. And yes, Dr. Abigail, I am throwing in spoilers for a 500-year-old play. Yeah. Chog, thank you. Oh, you're having NBN problems. Thank you for hanging out, man. And
What's NBN?
The National Broadband Network. It was an idea for high-speed internet in Australia. Oh, so long ago. I don't even remember. Was it 10 years ago, 15 years ago? And the then Labor government didn't get the rollout happening quickly enough. And so the subsequent Conservative government destroyed it just because it was a Labor policy. And we would, if the NBN in its original version had actually been deployed, we would be so much better off. But politics got in the way. And Stephen, okay, I haven't shat on Stephen Conroy for a while. He was the Labor Communications Minister at the time, who decided that he was going to go around our major telco, Telstra, which might not have been the worst idea in the world, but he did it in this way that alienated them. So they thwarted all the rollout. So by the time Labor lost power, it wasn't sufficiently rolled out, and the LNP Conservatives could fuck it. Whereas if Conroy had not alienated Telstra, the whole rollout could have been so far advanced that the Conservatives could not have fucked it up. But again, it was surreal. 5 years after the Conservatives fucked it up, they acknowledged this probably should have been made to work. But there was enough distance from Labor at that point they could say that. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah, well, we've got a similar thing with the water in the
Yeah.
UK. That basically what happens is it gets a bit rainy, and so they end up dumping the shit out of the water plant out anyway.
Yeah.
So
No.
so we've got really disgusting waterways.
Yeah.
now.
Privatization of utilities is a disaster. I mean, forget the US because they're off in La La Land, but the UK and Australia, the utilities used to be nationalized, and there was this stupid idea that took hold in the 80s that it should all go into the private sector. It's proven to be a disaster. And
One of the interesting things about the UK one, so when it comes to electricity and gas and the phone or whatever, what they did was they created someone who owned the stuff, the machinery, so to speak, and then you could buy off a whole bunch of different companies. So effectively, they were like a middleman between you and the people who own the network. And so, it's like, oh, well, the prices for this company is more expensive. I'll use a different company, and it's still using the same wires and everything.
Yeah.
It's just that you're paying someone else, and they've got a deal where they're taking less profit or whatever, and they're therefore reducing prices. When they decided to privatize the water, however, there is no one who owns the network itself because it's all joined together. It's like regional bits. So, for example, it used to be Northwest Water here, and now it's United Utilities, the private company. But there's no competition, so they can just do whatever they want and do whatever they want. And, and now we've got like this, the network, the system is in a terrible state of disrepair, and we're going to need a crap ton of money off the government to fix it, even though they've been giving shareholders loads of money for the last 20 odd years, and haven't put the money into the infrastructure. So it's like we've gone and used the income and given it to shareholders, but we haven't been working on the system very much. We've done some pipe replacement here and there, but we haven't really solved the leakage problem that we have. As in, you lose as much in leakage as to save like billions of gallons a year, just in leakage. And so the whole thing's just a sort of complete mess, and then now the government is looking to have to sort of pick up the bill.
Yeah. Well, it's like, again, in the same line, the energy providers here got privatized, and they went, oh, we'll save money if there's like wholesalers and retailers are separated and whatnot. History has shown that's not true. But again, because I've been, prior to my current role, I was like a contractor in IT world for 20 years. And there was one a while back with one of the energy companies, and the government has gone, oh, we've come up with a new way to increase competition. We're going to put yada, yada, yada in there. So all of the wholesalers and all of the retailers had to do a complete overhaul of their systems to accommodate this change that created more competition, but it cost the wholesalers and retailers millions, if not tens of millions of dollars to meet this new thing. What do you think they did as a result of having to spend millions of dollars to conform to this new increased competition thing? They passed it straight on to consumers.
Yeah.
It's just like the conservatives have their head so far up their own assholes where they just go like, competition is good. But when you introduced competition, it required the people to spend millions, if not tens of millions of dollars to be ready for it. And they passed that straight on to consumers. You goddamn idiots. But there's also, I could definitely go back, and telecommunications and the internet is a big one. Telstra, who used to have a monopoly on telecommunications in Australia, definitely tried on all manner of bullshit of oh no, you can't do that. My favorite was when faxes became a thing in the 80s and 90s. They told people you can't connect a fax machine to your existing phone line because it requires a different sort of thing. You have to pay extra to have a special phone line put in for your fax machine, which was a complete lie. But so I feel like there is a tension between, things being run by the government as a public utility and things being opened up for competition and innovation. I don't think it's possible to have an absolute answer either way. So sometimes you get people who go like, no, it should be like a Stalin-esque complete control of the infrastructure, which is just going to stagnate and be awful. But then you also get absolute fucking lunatics going, should be the free market, no regulation, which is a disaster. It's a disaster.
Yeah. I've always found it interesting how you get different governments in and the lobbyists effectively try to push them into lower restrictions when it's the conservative-y types. It really frustrates me. I think the worst one, and this was done under Labour in the UK. So what happened was there were loads of loopholes that rich people could use to pay less taxes because there are all these loopholes in the tax system. So the government decided, right, we're going to solve this problem. We're going to get rid of a whole bunch of loopholes. And so they hired lawyers from these big legal firms, these tax lawyers.
Yeah.
So they hired tax lawyers off these big legal firms who changed, looked at it all and sort of, went through and unfortunately, the government tax lawyers either weren't smart enough or weren't paying enough attention and didn't read it all before saying, "Yep, this is fine." And so they created these new laws and everything, and put that into action and everything. And then what happened was, it was discovered that the tax lawyers that they'd hired from these big tax firms, tax lawyers, they went back to their companies and exploited the new loopholes that they created in the system.
That's exactly what we've just discovered in Australia. These consultancies who are supposedly providing impartial evidence, advice to the government, were then going back to the private sector and going, here's how to get around this government stuff, because and it's a huge kerfuffle, and it's just like, no.
One of the reasons for Brexit is because the EU were looking to sort of create a European standard version of tax law, so that people couldn't wiggle out a pay-in, using these loopholes.
Yeah.
And so the government's like, the Conservatives, are like, oh, this could be a real problem. Hey, let's promote this Brexit thing because that'll because of course they've got money, because a lot of them are from a lot of them were lawyers before or in the banking industry, so they got a crap ton of money already. So let's change the laws, which will make it favourable for us.
Yep. Sorry. I just got Mrs. Angus going to bed. I don't have my breathing apparatus. I need to quickly get my breathing apparatus because I'm probably going to sleep in here a bit later, and so I don't, stop breathing when I'm asleep. So, but this will only take. Oh my God! Sorry, When people say, "How old are you?" and we go, "I am of the age where I cannot get up out of a chair without making a noise." I can't just get up. I have to get up and go. Ugh.
I found a way about that.
I'll be back in a second.
I was a kid of the 80s, and so Transformers and Legos were my toys, and so even 40 years later, I get out of a chair and I sort of go like. So I kind of, I did it when I had a friend over, and when I got out of the chair, he said, "Did you just transform when you got out of your chair?" And I went, "Yes." I made the transforming noise.
Breathing apparatus. Oh my God, there is so much shit on this bed. There is literally a bed next to me, and I'm going to have to clear off so much stuff from it.
Did you hear what I said while you were away?
No, I missed it. I was out in another room.
So to get around the as you get out of a chair.
Yeah.
I was a kid of the 80s, and I grew up on Transformers and Lego.
Yeah.
And so too many times I will get out of a chair and go like
to the transformer noise.
I had a friend come up to visit, and he says, "Did you just transform when you got out of that chair?" I said, "Yes."
I just groan whenever I get up, whenever I move. It's like,
Oh God, I have been feeling so old lately. I had a bit,
play louder.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I had a bit of a thing recently. So I put on loads of weight thanks to HRT.
Sorry, Siri's being super weird. I just told Siri to go to sleep and said, "I can't sleep, but I enjoy a good bedtime story." Okay, now we're going to get weird. Can you tell me a bedtime story?
Let's take a relaxing journey through one of my favorite cozy little places, our solar system. In the middle is our sun, which is not great for bedtime, so let's head outward. Mercury is the closest, and it goes around the sun faster than any other planet. You could get tired just watching it. Next up is Venus, where each day lasts an entire Earth year. If people lived on Venus, they'd be very tired when night finally came. Then there's a home, the Earth, with half the planet in the sunlight and half in the dark. It's always bedtime somewhere. Then there's Mars, where a few brave little robots are driving around taking pictures. It's lonely there, but they don't mind. And then we reach Jupiter, our biggest planet. It has a big red eye, almost like it's getting tired too. Then there's Saturn, which is our flattest planet. It's wide in the middle and squished at the top, like someone's been using it as a pillow. The next planet is not important, let's move on. Then there's Neptune. It's a cool shade of blue, and it's mostly ice. Cold places like that make me think of warm, fluffy blankets. Oh, and then there's Pluto, which isn't considered a planet anymore. But even if it's very small and very far away, I still think of it as part of a little solar system family. It sure is dark and quiet out there. Perfect for bedtime. Yawn. Good night.
Thank you, Siri. That was beautiful.
No problem.
That's really weird. Sorry. I'm going to come back in a second.
Out of when Voyager 2, that was the one that visited the most amount of planets out of the two Voyager probes, and Voyager 2 went past Neptune. and got some pictures, and it has a scooter on it, so a Storm, a bit like you get on Jupiter, had one of those on it, sort of white over this gorgeous blue. That's almost certainly gone now. It's actually really interesting how science is so cool that Pluto was only discovered in 1929, and yet we have the ability to sorry, I was saying Pluto, it was only discovered in 1929, and yet science means we can tell what its orbit is like, even though we haven't seen it long enough to make an orbit yet.
Yeah. Sorry. Also, Dr. Abigail, I missed that, but that is literally what Siri didn't want to talk about. Siri didn't want to talk about Uranus. I was like, I'm too inebriated to think which planet was she skipping over, but she literally didn't want to say Uranus.
I think it's supposed to be pronounced Uranus, but either way,
no.
You would have.
Oh God! I still remember at high school when the science teacher said that there. I thought Saturn was the only ringed planet, but there are actually rings around Uranus. And I was, when the science teacher said that, I go, "Are you for real? Are there really rings around Uranus?" And he thought I was being a dick, and he's going, "Yes, there are." And I was like, "I'm not trying to be a jerk. I thought that was a stupid joke, but it is actually a ringed planet. I'm actually learning something, that Saturn is not the only ringed planet."
I think there might be a thin one around Jupiter as well, but I might be wrong.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh yes, Dr. Abigail is concurring. There is a faint ring around Jupiter.
Interesting thing about Saturn, if there was an ocean big enough, Saturn would float like a beach ball in water.
Because it's gaseous.
Yes.
Also, now we're talking about the solar system. Speaking about the rings and Saturn's ring, I started listening to another of the audiobooks in the Expanse series, and I fucking love the Expanse series. And I love the TV series of the Expanse, which deviates from the books in very interesting ways, but the books are fucking intense. The books of The Expanse, I thoroughly recommend. The stories are so intense. The stakes are so high in this.
I watched the TV show last year.
Yeah.
This year, I can't remember now.
Yeah.
But I think I got like 5 seasons watched.
Yeah, there's like 5 seasons of it or something.
Or maybe it was 4. But the last season that I was starting to watch, all the characters are gone. It's almost like The Expanse, The Next Generation or something.
They're in the last season of the TV show, which is the book I'm listening to now. The crew is all split up and they're in different parts of the solar system. But there are a couple more books after that. The TV series stopped at that thing. But I tell you what, one thing I didn't really get clearly from the TV show, and this might just be me, but I got very clearly from the books, because there's 3 distinct groups in the solar system. There's Earth, there's Mars, and there's the Belters, the asteroid belt, the Outer Planets Alliance. And the Belters and the Outer Planets have multi-generational grown up in low gravity. They literally cannot survive in like Earth level gravity. And there's a whole thing where, and then they discover the ring, which is a mysterious alien technology that's billions of years old that lets you access all these other habitable planets. And Mars exists because people wanted to expand beyond Earth, and there's a long-term project to terraform Mars, that the eventual goal is Mars will have an atmosphere. But then suddenly the ring arrives, and the Mars terraforming project is now meaningless because people can just go through the ring, which is like a wormhole, and end up in a habitable planet. But Mars also had the most advanced spaceships, the most advanced military. So the thing that I didn't really pick up from the TV show is why Mars military technology ended up getting sold to extremists, is because Mars was definitely going to cease to exist as a colony in one generation, because there was no point to it. There was the long-term idea Mars would be terraformed, but you don't need that when you can just go through the ring and end up on thousands of habitable planets. And so Mars, which had the most advanced military technology, corrupt people in the Martian military and politics sold their technology to extremists. And I did not, and this is probably not a slight to the TV show, it's more I wasn't taking it in. But it's a pivotal turning point where these belter extremists get Martian technology, and the reason they get it is because Mars is just not going to exist within a generation because there's no point to it. And so all their really advanced technology gets stolen and sold to belter extremists who use it to do incredibly extreme things. But also it is funny to me. Yeah, see, Dr. Abigail, you got it from the TV show. That's why I'm saying I don't think it's a slight on the TV show to say I didn't get it from the TV show, but I really got it from the books. And the proto-molecule did create the ring. That's billions of years old alien technology. But yeah, it's fucking full. And also, I do love when it's the belters talking about stuff. It's like they're not wrong. They have been just this side of slave labor for generations, and Earth and Mars have both been incredibly casual about corporations letting belters die because it wasn't economical to keep them alive. And so when you are part of a people that have been let die because it wasn't economically viable to keep you alive, is there any retaliation against those overlords that's too extreme? Like, I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say, is there anything that Jewish people could have done against the Nazi regime that would have been too extreme? And it's kind of like, no, not really. And the Expanse series is very good at setting up extremist belters do terrible things that kill literally billions of people. But it's just like, well, fuck you. You were just going to let us die because it was convenient for you to let us die. So if you were just going to, in an incredible, casual and offhand way, let us die, how are we immoral for fighting back against that?
Yeah.
It's great writing, essentially.
Yeah. So I had a fucked up thing happen a week ago.
Yeah.
So last weekend was Manchester Pride, and so I went down
Okay.
and had a good time. Watched the Pride March.
A good time, yeah.
That's always good. And met up with my friends and had a couple of drinks and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so so when I got back home, oh sorry, not home. Try again. I got to the tram stop, which is about a mile away from here.
Yeah.
And so I've got my bike locked up there because I got the tram into the city. So I've unlocked my bike. You know, I've just got on my bike and I sort of go like there's like a cycleway next to the road, so you got like pavement and a cycleway next to it, part of the same thing, and then you got the road itself. So I went across onto the cycle path bit, and then I went on the non-cycle path road to head back to my place. As I cross, you know, sort of there's a the second car behind the traffic lights is this blue BMW, you know, one of those sort of noisy engine-y type ones, you know. And the guy must have noticed me, and by the time I go sort of in front of the first parked car and then onto the road, he sort of beeps his horn and so, you know, and I didn't hear what he said exactly, but it's like, hello, wanker, and you know, something, and it's like, you know, and so my response to it was, you know, you're the one screaming out of a window for no reason. Who's the wanker now, or something, words to that.
Yeah.
And so next thing I know, I hear the engine roar, and he does a bloody U-turn and follows me.
Oof.
You know, and the engine's like vroom, kind of thing, and he like moves really close. I jumped off the road and onto the pavement, and then got off my bike, and you know, because if I was worried like maybe he'd get out and push me, you know, attack me in some way.
Yeah.
And so so it's like get off the bike and have my bike between me and them if they decided to do something, because it acts as a barrier as well. And he sort of leans across his mate, who sat in the passenger thing, and then blamed it on his mate. It was his mate who yelled out the window.
Okay.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
And then he sort of apologized in the sort of like, oh, it's my mate, really sorry about that kind of thing. And I said, you know, it wasn't your mate, it was you. I saw it happen. And, you know, then sort of, and I think he must have noticed because I had the video camera on my cycle helmet.
Okay, yes.
That's the reason why he decided, you know what, maybe I need to try and undo this. I'll just blame my mate that sat next to me, which is obnoxious as hell.
Yeah.
You know, and so after, you know, when realizing that, you know, I wasn't going to take a shitty apology, he goes and sort of does a U-turn again and then races off again. And it's like, you know, just bizarre that people act like that.
Yeah. Oh no, people are fuck. I've had stuff like that when I was in a car. There was a while back. It was just like after a set of traffic lights with two lanes that merged into one, and I sort of went across someone, and this guy took it as a personal slight and was being really aggro and like beeped. And I went like, yeah, whatever, man. It's fine. And I turned and I thought, I think he's following me. And I tested it because I got to a roundabout and I went completely around a roundabout in like a stupid way that you wouldn't do. And this guy followed me. And I went, okay, he's trying to threaten me. He's trying to say he's going to follow me and cause trouble. And it's like, well, okay, you're in my local area. I know where the police station is. I'm just going like, okay, I'm just going to turn a couple things and here's the police station. And I'm just going to pull into the parking in the police station. And it's like, yeah. And he drove past and I went, yeah, you're going to drive past now, aren't you, you fucking prick? So like, and it was just like, you know, he was like in a small truck, like he was a tradie or something. He was like, you're going to threaten me and do that. And it was like, okay, I've worked out that you're threatening me because I did a couple random left rights and you followed me. And then I went around a roundabout and you still followed me. I was like, okay, you are definitely being a cockhead who's trying to threaten me. I was like, cool, I know there's a police station only a couple blocks away. I'm just going to drive to the police station and pull into it and see if you want to fucking start something there. Oh, surprise, you don't want to start something there. And it's like, because I definitely wasn't going to go home. I was not going to let this fucking psycho know where I lived. But it was in my home neighborhood. And I went, well, I know where the police station is. I'm just going to drive there. So, yeah, again, if you're on a bike, you are far more likely to be threatened and harassed by someone in a car or a larger vehicle. But it happens when you're in a car as well. There are just dickheads out there. And
Yeah,
it's like,
the thing is, I get it frequently. I mean, I don't go out very often, having the ecophobia thing. And so
Yeah.
it's roughly 1 in 4 times that I get, someone yell something,
Yeah.
shouting out the window. I mean, I don't know, I'm wearing look really nice in a cute dress and wearing a baby pink bike as well. So,
Yeah.
riding a cute bike. I did have a weird one time when someone sort of said something, and the only word I really heard from them was Mary Poppins. But he was like, it must be like, oh, you look like fucking Mary Poppins or something. I don't know. And then I thought to him, and at first I was insulted, like, how dare they, do this to me for no reason. For no reason. It's not like I'm doing anything. It's literally they're just shouting abuse out the window because I exist. I mean, and but then it's like, wait a minute. Mary Poppins, cultural icon and practically perfect in every way. I think I'll have a bit of that, But yeah, if you want to see, it's only like 30 seconds or something. I can show you. This is exactly what happened.
Oh, is this your helmet cam?
Yeah. And it's this car here.
Yeah, okay.
You're the one shouting out the window. Who's the wanker?
Sorry. Sorry. I'm only saying sorry because I laughed too loud and Mrs. Angry strikes.
Listen to the engine.
Do you literally turn around to follow you?
Yeah. What?
Fucking psycho.
My video camera got it all. You were the one leading out the window, eh? I don't think it was. It was you shouting out the window. And I got it on video.
What a fucking psycho.
Yeah. And then he does another U-turn. But, I'm very wary because I'm seeing him doing another U-turn. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm ready to dodge out of the way.
Yeah, no, there are definitely cases of people like that doing vehicular homicide.
Yeah, so like I say,
God damn.
yeah,
What a fucking psycho.
yeah, all because he yelled out the window, and I just retorted back, in the same way. It's like, isn't it funny how when he's yelling wanker out the window at me for no reason at all, literally all I did was ride a bike past him.
Yeah. No, that was very weird because that was no provocation whatsoever.
Yeah,
that was very weird.
I'm really fortunate that my brain can work quick enough to react to something. Like literally, like you're the one shouting out the window. Who's the wanker?
Yeah.
I'm
No, that's out there.
I was
That
quick
is-
off the mark.
That's really out there. God, I'm reminded. I've seen a video that was shared a lot online, again, it was a cyclist in England, and some weird fucking bald gammon guy who has serious problems, screaming abuse at the cyclist. And again, look, honestly, sometimes cyclists do dumb shit.
Yeah.
But in this case, they didn't really. And this guy's being really threatening and trying to run them off the road. And the cyclist sort of gets around them. And then the guy jumps out of the car and starts threatening the guy. So the cyclist goes off. And if you're on a bike, you're obviously faster than someone on foot, particularly a middle-aged, bald, red-faced gammon. And this guy chases him, and the cyclist watching, and he trips and fucking face plants.
Yeah.
But the hilarious thing is, you can see this guy clearly. So everyone who has ever known this guy, who's ever knows, like, oh man, you are a psycho piece of shit. What the fuck is that about? No one is going to side with him. Everyone's going to side with the cyclist. And it's like this guy's... And it's just hilarious because the cyclist is basically saying what you said. I've got it on video. And the guy starts chasing him. So the cyclist goes off. And this guy on foot has like this weird delusion that he's going to catch a cycle and ends up tripping and face planting. And
but you see, the bit that's key to it is he knows that he's now losing that running versus cycling race.
Yeah.
So you see his foot try to kick the back of the bike.
Yes.
That's how he loses his...
And that's why he falls over. Yeah.
Literally does a roll over his own head because he's a fat bloke. You know.
Yeah.
I actually remember that video because that's a subscription. I've been watching that guy for years. So, you know, and what's really interesting is, like, I mean, we're talking like 10 years ago now. There was a huge amount of cycle camera videos. Videoers, I don't really call it YouTubers. And they were, you know, and you might find, I mean, I'd be watching 40 plus cycle camera videos a day.
Yeah.
You know, the nice thing is they're like 10 seconds, 29 seconds, 14 seconds, things like that, you know, so they're so short that you just roll through them really quickly.
Yeah.
You know, there was one guy who he was in like North London, and he had this really bellowing voice, you know, he's like, if someone tried walking out in front of him or whatever, like, look out! Or something like that. And I sort of joked a couple of times. It's like, you know what, I'm thinking about getting, you know, you can get like, you know, when you get the Christmas cards and when you open, they play a little song kind of thing.
They have a recording, yeah.
Yeah, so I sort of joked about, you know, I'm going to get one of those little, you know, little things where you can press it and it makes noises. But instead of going like beep or whatever, it goes, look out! With his voice. Because it's just like a foghorn equivalent of a voice.
Have a little soundboard on your bike. It's
like, just look out.
But I mean, I even posted a video, oh God, probably 10 years ago on my YouTube channel. There's a period where I thought maybe I'll ride my bike into work. And it's just up St Kilda Road into Melbourne City. And I've got a camera pointing forward to my handlebars. I'm going... And at one point, a fucking taxi driver just opens his door straight into me. Like, he's parked and I'm going on the bike lane. And literally when I'm right on the car, this dickhead just opens his door straight into me. And I just barely missed it. Like, I had to hook into lane. And I'm like, and there's just this bit in the video where I'm like, you fucking idiot. Why did you do that? It's just...
Yeah, trying to find it. There's
while you're looking at it, there's another one, and I'm sure I mentioned this before in videos, but it's a long time ago. I was over in Footscray, which is the inner west of Melbourne, and the road was 2 lanes in each direction, and I'm in the left lane on my bike going, and I heard a truck horn go behind me, and I thought, don't even look, don't even wonder what that's about, just jump the footpath, just get off the road and get onto the footpath. And a second after I jumped to the gutter and got onto the footpath, this truck hurled past me. And what I worked out had happened, we were going a little bit downhill, 2 lanes, and there was a right turn, and I was in the left lane, as you would be in a bike, and this truck was in the right lane, but someone in front of them then indicated they were turning right, and there was oncoming traffic, so they stopped. And this truck, rather than stopping or even slowing down, just hooked into the left lane and was going straight at me and did not slow down at all and just sounded their horn. If I had taken a second to look over my shoulder and go, what's that about? That truck would have plowed straight into me. But all I heard was a truck horn, and I went, this is bad, jump the gutter and go onto the footpath. And this truck hurled past. And I kind of pieced it together after the fact, what had happened. But I something in my like lizard brain just went, don't think, jump the gutter, go on the footpath. Yeah. And if I hadn't done that, that truck would have absolutely taken me out.
Yeah, I'm fortunate. I've never really had any proper accident in the past. You know,
no, neither have I. I've narrowly missed a couple, but yeah,
I've cycled like, you know, forever that I can remember, like since I was a child. So yeah, you know, I have tens of thousands of hours probably of cycling. You know. Mm-hmm. That might be a slight exaggeration because I don't know, maybe tens of thousands of hours is quite a lot. So yeah. But anyway, it's certainly going to be thousands. And but one of the reasons for the survival, my success in not getting run over or hit or whatever, is because I've anticipated where dangers are. So, for example. If I'm, we drive on the left as well. So if you imagine you going around a left-hand bend, well, a lot of cars, what they'll do is they'll kind of clip towards the apex and back out again. I don't want to be in the apex of a corner when a car drifts closer to me. Yeah. So what I do is I cycle further out so that if someone does, I've got escape room. Yeah. Another example of something I do is if you've got a pedestrian island, what I do is it's like, right, okay, I look ahead and I think, okay, is there enough room? Because my personal space requirement is I shouldn't be able to reach out and touch an overtaking vehicle. So it's like, okay, if I'm near the curb, and near the curb is like just on the outside of a drain cover. So if there's a gap and it's like, I will estimate, okay, can I get through there and have a driver and not be able to touch them? And if the answer is no, I would be able to touch them. Then what I do is I give a strong indication. I'll move out into the center of the lane, and I will, to make it quite clear, this is not the appropriate place to overtake a cyclist. And then once I'm through that gap, I will then slide towards the left, and if I've held anyone up, I'll give them a way to say thank you very much for your patience. And I think the funniest thing I've ever seen, is like, it was under like a cycle camera video, comments, and someone was like, basically, cyclists, they hold up traffic, and it's like, look, if I hold up traffic, it's for an example like I just gave, it's for like 4 seconds. If 4 seconds are so important to you, I suggest you do 2 things. 1, leave home 1 minute earlier, just in case you come across loads of cyclists. And 2, change your shoes for ones with Velcro, because tying shoelaces is tiresomely slow, and you obviously need every second of the day. Yeah. And he said, that's ridiculous. And so's arguing about 4 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is pretty trippy how people will get worked up over a few seconds. Yeah. So I've got a video here, and this is a door zone one. And the thing to bear in mind here is, imagine the dash cam is on a van,
Yeah.
and by the time they have to react, they've already gone through the cyclist here.
Yeah. Oh, shite.
Yeah. You know, the audio. You know,
Oof.
I don't ride in the door zone.
Yeah, no, the door zone is scary. As I said, there is a video on my YouTube channel of show. I'm just merrily going down this major road into the city center, and some dickhead taxi driver opens a door almost straight into me.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus.
And that kills cyclists.
Mm.
Because the main reason it happens, especially bad with cars, is because what happens is if a car door opens on you, when you hit it, you go forwards like that. Your head goes back and then it goes forward. And a cycle helmet kind of sits like that. And all it has to do is push up a little bit and guide the corner of the door right to the forehead.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not good. But the whole world is fraught.
And it's not only that, the roads have largely been designed for cars. And, you know, weren't designed for other modes of transport in mind. So, let's see. One of the worst bits on my way into the city, was rather on the way back, actually. And it's this one here. So what you've got is it's the tram tracks as well.
Okay.
And so what you've got is pavement, parked cars, a cycle lane in the door zone, and even if you're in the cycle lane, you're within touching distance of an overtaking tram.
Oh yeah, no, that's a bit.
And the thing that scares me is one day someone will open a door, the cyclist gets pushed onto the tram lines, and either falls off because their wheel goes into the tram line.
Yeah.
Or they just fall over as a result of it. And a tram will be just behind them.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh god, it reminds me. There's an old routine AZ had in a very old comedy routine when he moved to Melbourne. He goes, "Hey, do you know the trams to go either way? There is just enough room for an adult human to stand between two trams going in opposite directions. Like, ask me how I know." Like, because when he was a little bit out of it, he stumbled across a road and was right in the middle, and two trams went either way, and neither of them touched him. And he's like, "Oh, that was close."
Yeah. The problem is you and I think we probably have a bit more room.
Oh yeah, I have a little bit sticking out. It might be it might be a bit fraught. I'm not sure I trust it.
Speaking about the bit that's sticking out a bit, and I'm sticking out a little, and I'm not. That's not a penis joke, by the way. Laura, my name's Laura, and I'm not a guy.
No, it's that's the same person. I've already blocked them once. So it's a very sad person who's decided they want to be a troll. We can safely ignore them.
Yeah. Oh gosh. I thing about it is, I was on the internet for a long time. I mean, hell, I was a cyclist on the internet.
Oh yeah, both. You've copped a lot of abuse on both fronts. Yes.
Yeah. So it's kind of hardened me. And, I've paraphrased a quote from the Doctor from Star Trek Voyager, and it's it's like, I'm a hologram, whereas instead it's like, this is the internet. Sticks and stones won't break my bones. You can imagine how I feel about being called names.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, but the I forgot where I was going now.
Oh well, you can just let them go. It's actually a little while since I've got a random troll, actually.
Hmm.
And again, it's not surprising that random shitheads have multiple accounts because rational people go, well, that person's a fucking loser. I'll block them. So they set up other accounts so they can do it. It's just oof. Yeah, it's not a sign that you are doing well in life that you set up multiple accounts in online services because rational people block you because of how fucked you are.
Yeah. Speaking about something on a similar line, one of the people I watch on YouTube, on Twitter, the trans woman, apparently Elon Musk went and unblocked himself from her.
Oh, yeah,
you know,
no, he's done some wild
because,
shit. Yeah.
Somehow she managed to get his ire. Possibly because she mentioned, that his daughter is trans, or his child is trans, but she wants nothing to do with him.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, when your dad is a multi-billionaire, and and their heir, that like eventually she's going to inherit all that money.
Yeah.
And they decide, you know what, I would rather live my authentic life than pretend to be something I'm not with a dad that's just so I can inherit a load of money from my dad who's a fucking asshole.
Yes.
That says a lot about someone's integrity.
Yeah. And also he is just so insecure.
I know.
And it's like he has literally spent a couple of years now pandering to the absolute worst people in the world because they'll tell him he's cool and he's right. And he's so obsession. Eugene, I don't sound angry anymore. Well, if you want the actual story, Eugene, it's COVID. It was literally COVID hit, and it was such an intense thing. I just thought, you know what? Doing the stuff where I'm angry and shouting doesn't feel useful anymore. And I have just taken to just hanging out and having chill live streams, and it's just existing and whatnot. Because I just decided I don't want internet notoriety. I don't want drama. The world's just gotten really fucking weird and intense, and it's extremely difficult for lots of people. So if I can do something that's just a calm, sort of chill hangout, I'm going to do that for myself as much as anyone else. But it's just, I don't regret any of the angry stuff I did because I did that for like 16 years or whatever. And I enjoyed it and I liked making the videos and it was fun. Now I just feel like that's a thing that happened. That's a bit of history. That's my history and it's great. I just don't, I don't particularly want to do it anymore. It's that.
But you know what? The thing that's, I think the thing that's really funny between watching the videos and actually talking to you now, is how when you made the videos, you talked so much quicker.
Oh yeah, no. That was just like
now you're having to formulate new sentences as opposed to something you'd written down. And I find that an amusing contrast.
Yeah.
So, are you familiar with this?
Oh God, Magic Roundabout. Magic Roundabout.
Okay, good. So there was a thing that was on Twitter about a week or so ago, and it was what was it? I forgot what it was. It's like uniquely British fake facts that was, which was trending. And so people were making up facts that were very British.
Yeah.
And so I posted that picture and I said, that Boris Johnson's grandfather was Dougal.
Honestly, that makes sense.
It's the hair.
Yeah, it's the hair. It's the hair. Yeah. So Eugene saying, yeah, it was different. It was a whole thing. It felt like a good thing to do. I enjoyed doing it. I think it was positive for a bunch of people. And I just think COVID was such a cataclysmic change to the world. It was a whole thing. And you love Dougal as well, so that's good. So the Magic Roundabout was an overdub of a French series. There you go. Well, Power Rangers was Japanese, wasn't it? And because that was the whole thing with the way when they're Power Rangers, they're wearing a mask so the mouth doesn't move. So for the American thing, they had a bunch of young American actors be the characters when they weren't Power Rangers, but all the action sequences were made in Japan. But because they were like masks and the mouths didn't move, they could overdub whatever the hell they wanted.
I always used to find it because my brother was into Power Rangers. There's nearly 15 years between us. So I used to go babysit basically when my mum went to bingo on a Friday night. And so he used to love that. That was, his toys as a sort of like 12-year-old or whatever was, those the Power Ranger stuff. And he used to think the big fight scene at the end was like live action or something, or edited and stuff. And it's like, yeah, it's just like a guy in a suit over a cardboard city.
Yes.
So it was kind of funny. And the thing about it is the formula of it was so exactly the same thing. The kids are doing a thing. It doesn't really matter what the thing was going. And then Zelda, was it? Not Zelda. What was her name? Would sort of send a monster to defeat them. And they have a little bit of a fighty scene. And then, it starts to lose. And so she sort of casts a magic thing and it makes it into a giant one because they move the camera to the floor. It becomes a giant thing and they go, oh, and then they get all the robots things and then have a big punchy fight.
Yeah, it was pretty wacky stuff.
Speaking about wacky, did you hear about Graham Linehan's latest comment?
The world's most divorced man. No.
Yeah.
What has he done?
So there was the Fringe Festival at Edinburgh. It's an annual, comedy festival.
Yes.
Anyway, so there was a comedy show that was set, and it was going to feature a band, somebody or other, and it kind of became obvious that it was Graham Linehan.
Yes, I did hear about this. Yes.
Yeah, he's like, he got divorced because he became a fuckbag, arsehole, when it came to the anti-trans stuff. All because, and this is what I find so glorious about his downfall, all because he wrote a thing like 15, 20 years ago or something. It was a little sketch in the IT Crowd where one of the main characters falls in love with a girl and then she confesses that she's trans, she was born a man. And then they end up having this kind of weird slapstick almost fight, including, oh, my balls, she says, and so some trans people sort of went, ooh, this didn't age well. And his response to that was to become, oh, how dare you criticize my work, and became a massive, massive transphobe as a result of it.
And it's
around with people who suggested, that there are too many trans people and that should be, that needs to be reduced.
Yeah,
anyway,
not even J.K. Rowling has fucked up her life the extent that he has.
Yeah, the only difference is that she had the millions, or beforehand, so
Yes.
she's okay. She doesn't really give a shit,
No, she doesn't. She apparently does not give a shit at all.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's hurt a company because it's lost over half its value thanks to her transphobia. Because the last movie that was made went bombed because most of the kids who grew up with Harry Potter, who happen to be millennials and are far more accepting of trans people than our generation, and so as a result, the alienation from it all. Meant that pretty much only the diehard Harry Potter fans went to watch it. And so, it's basically not worth. There's a reason why there haven't been any other movies since.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Graham Linehan, he's, supposedly he's supposed to be this, sort of secret guest, and people figured out who it was. And so the company that owned the venue said, "Yeah, sorry, we're not gonna have you. We're not gonna do this." And so it was made out of a big fuss about being cancelled, and free speech is being cancelled, and it's like, oh, but their free speech to say, yeah, we don't want a part of that, thank you, because a lot of our patrons are LGBT.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing it wasn't quite was a gay bar, but it might as well have been a gay bar because they're that perfectly great with it,
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, we don't want to alienate our regular patrons,
our core clientele, yes,
just for a one event thing.
Yeah.
And so that gets cancelled, and then they try and fund another place, and that get cancelled, and ultimately he ended up giving his comedy thing outside of the Edinburgh Parliament.
Sorry, you got a picture here.
On a roughly 1 by 1 meter platform.
Yeah.
To a bunch of mostly old people who are probably half of them are trans and the other ones are press.
That's not a very good crowd.
Sorry, half of them are transphobes and the rest of them are just the press. Yeah. So instead of being like hundreds of people, it was maybe 49, including the dog.
I did notice the dog, yeah.
And the dog is like, Jesus, shut the fuck up, mate.
Yeah. No, again, it's astonishing the degree to which he torched his career just because he's so fucking hateful. And this is the thing, he leaves J.K. Rowling in the shade, and she's pretty fucking awful. My personal favorite is like he invaded a forum called Mumsnet, and because he's trying to say like, trans women hate cis women, and he got a little bit of traction, but then a significant majority of the site's patrons were like, hang on, this is a dude telling us what to think and how to behave. What the fuck? This was literally Mumsnet. This was a mutual support group for mothers. Why are we letting this weirdo invade? And he clearly seems quite unhinged. And we should maybe ban him from the forum because he seems like a fucking weirdo. It's like, yep. And again, because I loved the IT crowd. I was never into Father Ted, but I loved the IT crowd. It was just like, you have definitely ruined my ability to enjoy that because you are such a fucking weirdo.
I did like Father Ted.
It's not that I hated it. I never watched it. For whatever reason, it wasn't screening on a service that I saw. And so by the time I ever saw it, it was a 10-year-old show. And it was like, it feels like a 10-year-old show now. It's like things, particularly comedy, changes so much that a thing that's sort of quite cutting edge at its time is dated. And I'll say this for stuff that I don't hate, like the young ones, which is decades old, and at the time, like, I loved it, and I don't hate it now. But you look at it and go, yeah, that's a product of its time. That's a product of its
definitely
time.
was. I
it-
watched it and sort of enjoyed it, but it was just too chaotic for me.
I fucking loved it because it came out when I was in college, and
Well, you know.
so I was the target audience for it. And the funniest thing was, I remember my first serious college girlfriend, because I was living off campus, she was living on campus, and invited her to my place. I said, there's this show called The Young Ones. It's really good. You should watch it. And she came and watched it, and it was the sick episode where they're like Neil sneezing and projectiling snot every time he does. And because that was pretty extreme. And I realized at some point she was like sort of burying her head a bit. And I'm sitting there going, I'm blowing this. She's not into it. Her head's down. She thinks this is terrible. And I've blown it. This is it. But she was actually doubled over with laughter because it was like so over the top. It had never been on. She had her head down and she was laughing. And I thought she had her head down like, this is awful. I don't want to watch it. But she was just doubled over with laughter. And it was like, oh, I'm saved. The date is not a complete write-off. It's just like, Jesus.
You know, I mean, it like I say, it was kind of chaotic. I think one of my sort of favorites is like one-liner jokes. You know, they're playing Monopoly. My nickname for it was Monotony, but anyway.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, and Vivian, who's like a punk, goes,
Yes.
You have won, and I'm trying to do a really bad accent here.
Yeah, it's like second prize in a beauty
In a
contest.
beauty contest, hit Rick over the head with the bank.
Yes, very, very, very. It was very nonsensical, but it just kind of worked.
It actually reminded me a little bit in certain ways of Monty Python in a way. You know how they like the little cartoony bits in it.
It was the next generation's Monty Python. It was.
Yeah. You know,
Monty Python was
Monty
boomers. The young
that
ones
was
was Gen
60s,
X.
70s, when you know, in Monty Python you get like the little cartoony bits or something, which was like a sort of light relief from the sketchy parts.
Yeah.
But there was and you know, like on the young ones you get like, you know, a carrot and a potato or something on a plate with, you know, and then it sort of the camera would sort of like zoom on them and then create this kind of fantasy world where they're like, I don't know, ice skating around the plate or something, and they're in love or something. You know, it was a bizarre thing.
Yeah, there would be absolute non sequiturs of just bizarre, not related to the last thing that happened and not related to the next thing that's going to happen. Yeah.
I got something.
Yeah.
So I've been trying to lose weight. I got a treadmill now, which is good.
Okay.
My friend gave it to me. You know, it just happened that, you know, it's like, you know what, I'm gonna buy myself a treadmill because I'm overweight and trying to get exercise when you got agoraphobia is a problem.
Yes.
And so you know, it's like I'm gonna get that. And he said, you know, my friend says, well, I've got one and I'm not using it. You can have it if you want. And so I was like, oh, that's nice. And so, you know, and I arranged to get it picked up, you know, and brought over to me. And crikey, it weighed as much as I did. It's seriously heavy. And it's exaggeration because it's actually, it's about 80 kilos, which is a lot of weight.
Yeah, no, that's heavy. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, you know, my mate from the War Games Club, he has a van, so he picked it up and then we lifted it up into my flat and I went and cleared out my kitchen, so it's at the back near the window. So I've now got a permanent place to do my exercising. Well, I was 158 kilos, which is heavy. I'm 6'4", so it's kind of like doesn't seem quite so bad.
It's good because I only like see you on a thing, so I don't realize that you're 6'4".
Yeah, I'm quite tall.
Like I would not even come up to your shoulder.
I used to that. Yeah, that's the reason why I've got a dandruff, because you're head and shoulders shorter than I am.
Nice.
Anyway, so I've been using it, and I mean, at first I was doing like 10 minutes and just being exhausted. I've been so unfit, and it's been creep. It has been creep. I hit my 40s, and my metabolism changed, and my food intake didn't, and so I just went and piled on the weight, and then I got HRT, and that adds more fat, mostly up here.
Yeah.
And so I just got so heavy, and it's like I need to do something about this, because and having agoraphobia, I don't go out.
Yeah.
So for years, the most exercise I would get would be to go to the toilet or the fridge.
Yeah.
That was it. And so so I need to get it going back down again. But I've lost 3 kilos in the past sort of month, which is good.
That's good.
Today I did my first full 30 minutes of walking.
Oh, nice.
And I was dripping in sweat.
Yeah.
I just it's like it's coming out of everywhere. It's coming out of every pore. I've just got sweat dribbling down my face, and I couldn't even see because it's all in my eyes. So it's like, I was doing 15 minutes and then having a break after about an hour, and then go and do another 15 minutes. Today was the first time I've done 30.
Yeah, that's good. Also noticed, just excellent point from Dr. Abigail, millennials had the mighty boosh. Also, the interesting thing about the performers in each of those shows we were talking about were older than their target audience, or they were at the upper end. Like the Monty Python crew were definitely at the older age range of boomers. The performers in The Young Ones were boomers. They weren't Gen X. They were boomers performing for Gen X. And the cast in the Mighty Boosh were Gen X performing for millennials.
I mean, someone like Rowan Atkinson and Stephen Fry, they came from, the end of the boomers as well.
Yeah, they're boomers, and the stuff they were doing was very much picked up by older. They were like younger boomers, and their stuff was picked up by older Gen X.
Yeah,
and the Mighty Boosh performers were younger Gen X who were picked up by millennials.
The problem that people like me have got, trans people, is that the people writing, the editors or the managers of the press and the BBC and things like that, they're the boomers.
Or
Gen X, who, are bigoted.
There was one of the more interesting things I saw, like it was old school BBC women who were, transphobes, basically. And they were going to form this women's solidarity group in the BBC. And it was boomers and older Gen X. And they were like, yes, we're going to fight the scourge of this whole trans thing. But all the younger women, the younger Gen X and the millennials, when they go to a meeting with these people, and they were just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why is and these boomers and older Gen X were like, I'm really confused. Why are these younger women telling us we're fucking idiots? It's just like, because you are being really weird, anachronistic bigots.
Yeah, the UK, the country where being gender critical, or aka transphobic, is a protected class.
But it's also, to me, I also equate it to, particularly in the US, where you get these people who say being accused of being racist is the new racism. It's just like,
I know.
it is surreal.
It kind of reminds me of the Christian persecution. You know, the fundamental
Christian persecution complex.
yeah. You know, it's like, so, you know, we're creating laws to stop women from getting abortions and stopping trans people from getting trans care. And if you say that that's unacceptable, well, that's, you know, we're saying these things because we're Christians. So if you're attacking us for these policies, that way, obviously, that's us being persecuted.
Yes, it is. It is truly surreal.
We've been persecuted for persecuting people.
Yeah, it's like the myth of tolerance. It's the idea that you should be tolerant of intolerance, and it's like, fuck off.
Yeah. Do you know what it reminds me of? Maybe we can use the moon. Maybe that'll work. So the reason why the Europeans went to America mainly was, you know, sort of the Puritans, and it's like, because the whole freedom of religion thing in America is largely because the Puritans, who were like the ultra conservatives of their time, were being massive monumental arseholes, and the government's like, you can't do that. Fuck off with this hate bullshit.
Yeah.
Bossing people around, telling them who they can, you know, what they should be doing. And so they were like, well, fuck you. We're going off to America. We'll create our own perfect system.
Yeah, we'll have a little enclave where we're allowed to do whatever we want.
Yeah, where you know, and so that's yeah, the people that got off the boat, you know, off the I forgot what it's called now. You know, Plymouth Rock and all that kind of stuff. But the Pilgrims, you know, and it's like, yeah, because, you know, they went because they felt they were being persecuted because they weren't, you know, they were being told, no, we're not going to let you use your form of Christianity to bully us into, you know, like not doing anything, basically. You know.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of the Unionists, the, you know, the bit more Christian ones that you get in Northern Ireland. And they're the kind of people that would lock up the swings in the, you know, padlock the swings on the in the playground so that on a Sunday, so kids couldn't like be happy on Sunday. Seriously, I know that sounds like the most ridiculous thing, but yeah, that's exactly what happened. They literally used to go with padlocks, and they would, you know, the chains for the swings for kids to play on. They would lock them up so the kids couldn't play on Sundays.
Yeah.
That's they're supposed to be thinking about Jesus or something.
Yeah. Dr. Abigail, bring up the Mayflower. It's a thing that Americans are obsessed about, the Mayflower and Plymouth Rock. All I remember is, I don't know if Malcolm X ever actually said this, but Denzel Washington said it, playing Malcolm X in the movie about Malcolm X. And I always remember it. And it's like, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. Yeah. And yes, Eugene, I do remember the millions of people oppressed, disenfranchised because of accusations of racism. It's a real problem. It is a very, oh my God, it is absolutely freaky that people don't even half say it. They directly say being accused of being racist is worse than racism. And I go, it isn't. it really isn't.
Yeah.
It's like, Jesus. It's just like weird.
It astounds me sometimes, you know. It's things are being turned on their heads.
Yeah, I've mentioned this often in other streams, but there is a Facebook meme group I'm in called Man Invents Imaginary Scenario, Then Gets Angry About It. And people share all this shit from right-wing boomer meme groups, and they go, look what they do. And it is literally they keep inventing imaginary scenarios, and then they get really angry about the thing that definitely does not exist.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my God.
Oh yeah, I mean, so obviously I see transphobia stuff, and so Sebastian Coe, Lord Coe, who is
Yes.
the he's like the boss at the British Olympic Association.
Yeah.
And like when it was the 2012 Olympics, he gave a speech.
Yeah.
In which he sort of mentioned about tolerance and non-discrimination. And yet a month or so ago, that organization banned trans women from any international sport, athletes, and in the person who was reporting about it, he literally said that there aren't any transgender people currently taking part in international sport. But we're banning it because maybe there might be someday.
Yeah.
There's not enough evidence to say whether trans women have an advantage. So therefore we'll ban it just to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
Which is bizarre, because usually things only get banned when there is a problem.
Yeah.
Not maybe there might possibly be a problem.
Yeah.
So,
but there was a truly bizarre one that came to light in the last couple of weeks of whatever the governing body for chess is.
Oh God, yes.
Was banning trans women from the women's competition and trans men for the men's competition. Makes no sense whatsoever. The funniest take on it, I saw someone online go, you know why there's women's chess? Because the men were freaked out at the idea of being beaten by a woman.
Yeah.
So that's why once women started seriously competing in chess, that's why they set up men's and women's chess, because the men were freaked out at the idea of being beaten by a woman, which had to think, hey, Celtic King, by the way. Okay, now I'm at a choice. Okay, it's midnight. I'm either going to go to the loo and then come back and rabbit on some more, or I'm going to go to the loo and go to bed. How are you feeling, Laura? Do you want to... Yeah, okay. So I'm going to disappear for, 30 to 60 seconds and go to the loo, because I've been drinking a reasonable amount of liquid and some of it needs to be expelled.
Code yellow alert.
Code yellow, yes. All right. But so, okay, I'll be back. You can either just be quiet or talk to people. I don't mind.
The question what we should really wonder is when Angry got out and there was a sort of weird cracking noise, was that the chair or was that him? I did enjoy talking to some street preachers. Not street preachers, the hate preachers that turn up every year at Manchester Pride Parade. And I took part in the last one, so 2019, before COVID. And that was amazing. And one of the most amazing parts of it is that so much love from the crowd, because taking part in one of those pride parades, you don't actually see anything of the show. All you see is what's in front of you and what's behind you, and you see the crowd. So it was interesting seeing that. Last weekend, when I went to watch the parade, I didn't take part this time, so it was nice to see the show for the first time in years. But it was, but what the first year I took part, which was 2019, there were the hate preachers. They were like on the sort of a raised bit behind, and they were shouting with megaphones or amplifiers or whatever. But I saw a guy with megaphone, and it's like, it made me chuckle because you couldn't hear them because the crowd was 7 deep cheering their love and support. So it was really amazing to know that, because if you go on Twitter and you're trans, you'll see anti-trans hate speech all the time. I mean, it's not even banned anymore. That's been removed now. Misgendering, hate speech against trans people. That's just not. They don't even police that anymore because the guy who bought Twitter happens to be a massive transphobe because his daughter's trans and he didn't like that, and so she went, I want nothing more to do with it. But so being trans, and then you got the government, and then if you look at America, and they're literally creating legislation to discriminate, to stop kids from learning that trans people or LGBT people exist at all. And so when so it can feel like your back's to the wall if you're LGBT or certainly trans. And so when you take part in one of those marches and you see tens of thousands of people cheering their support where you live, because I live 5 miles away from Manchester, so it's like tram ride away. When you realise that there's so much love out there, you don't feel quite so scared anymore. It's not as hard. And so Manchester's a perfect place to be. We've got a gay village part. I mean, it's actually effectively it's now too small because it was the I've never seen so many people crammed into streets like that before. You're talking about tens of thousands of people all crammed up in a tiny space. I was walking, just to walk a block, wriggling through people and everything. It took like 5 minutes just to get a block to get through all those people. It was such a mess. I was someone with agoraphobia. Whoa, that was really tough. But it's really good to know. I mean, there was a thing that happened several months ago. A 16-year-old teenager got murdered. That case is up in November, I believe it is. But she was murdered by a couple of people from her school, a boy and a girl, and stabbed. And there was a vigil all over the country, but there was one in Manchester, and the park, Sackville Gardens, and it's only a small park. It's not that big, but there must have been 1,000 people in that little park. And you were so close to, there was barely I doubt anybody could reach out and not be able to touch another person, except for maybe the back kind of thing. It was that full, but normally that many people would make me, uneasy. And actually, it wasn't so bad for me because I knew that every single person in that park had my back.
Yeah.
Unsafe. So, you were saying about Monty. We were talking about Monty Python. I've got a picture of something that you might appreciate.
All right, let's have a look.
It's a 3D print file, and it's got it's got bits for magnets on it.
The Black Knight.
It's only a flesh wound.
It's only a flesh wound. That's pretty. So Eugene's asking when Manchester made the changes.
I have no idea, but I mean, it's been there ever since I've been around. So
Yeah.
I moved up in 1991, so I don't know. exactly, but you get sort of a part of town, where there's a gay bar, and then you end up with another gay bar, and then another one, and so on. And next thing you know, everybody in that area, it just becomes a hotbed of places. So the place shuts, someone opens up another bar.
You know what you're making me think of, just with who's supportive and who isn't, whatnot. The various people who enable what are essentially white male supremacist groups, whether it be women or non-white men or whatever, who say, no, I'm part of this and whatnot. And then they get surprised when the core of the group treats them like shit. Like, there were quite a few articles about, women who'd become very prominent by supporting these far-right groups, particularly in America, but not limited to America. And then they would just go like, oh, I'm having a problem with all these men treating me like shit. And I'm like, really? Actual Nazis are treating you like shit? Who the fuck saw that coming? You know?
Are we talking about Kelly J. Keane?
She's one of, there's a whole bunch of them. Lauren Southern in the US. There's multiple ones who've gone public and said, oh, yeah, all the guys in this movement treat me like shit. And I went, yeah, because that's the fucking movement. Okay.
Yeah. There's an amusing one with there's someone called Debbie Hayden, and out of the gender critical transphobes, I just prefer to call them. So she is the token transphobic trans person.
Isn't it fucking trippy when they come out like black people who support white supremacist groups? And
yeah,
like, Jesus.
It's weirdly hit a lot of Hispanics, strangely.
Yes, the Proud Boys in the US have a lot of Latin Hispanic people. And yes, Dr. Abigail, that was the meme I was trying to remember. I never dreamed leopards would eat my face, said the woman who voted for Leopards Eating People's Faces Party. It's just like, you think it's going to happen to someone else. You think if you toe the line, it will happen to someone else. And like notoriously, like literally the Nazi Party, Hitler's Nazi Party, the original leader of the brown shirts, like their fascist street fighting group, was openly gay. And the Nazis did actually use him as evidence that they're not complete bigots because this guy's gay.
Yeah.
They killed him eventually. You've got a meme.
Yeah, here's a version of that.
We voted against the congestion. Okay, that's a very London thing. Voted against the congestion charge. Now there's too much congestion.
Yeah.
And yes, I did see the whole thing with the January 6th trials, which are finally winding up. I think we're now up to 4 Proud Boys who've got more than 15 years in prison because they committed an extremely serious crime. And the latest ones, the ones who just got sentenced, the descriptions of it was them like crying in court and saying how I'm not full of hate. Like, oh my God, when you stupid pricks got caught for your very serious crimes and you're going to be punished, instead of staying true and staying hard, you cried like fucking babies.
Yeah.
I like to.
It's basically, it's one of those things. There's that picture of it's like a cartoon picture, and it's like little Johnny realizes he's not on the internet, and he's like, I'm going to jack you up or something. Says this little kid talking.
Yeah,
to
little kid who's about to get beaten up. Yes.
Yeah, and it kind of reminds me of. Sorry, the reminder of that is, now you're in court. No, it's not so hard without your gun.
Yeah. Oh, but it's also like I like to compare these Proud Boys and the various right-wing fascists who beg and say, please don't punish me. And look, the people who fought the actual Nazis in the lead up and through World War II, women, Jewish people, queer people. There was a really famous one, and a fucking insurrectionist who was gay, and they did catch him and they executed him, but it was it was a public execution. And when he was put up the firing squad, he just basically shouted like, fuck you, Nazi fucks. No one can say gay men are cowardly. Fuck you all. And just, he's facing a firing squad going, I regret nothing. Fuck you, you Nazi pieces of shit. And whereas these Proud Boys, when they're facing jail term for their incredibly shit, they cry and say, please don't hurt me. And it's like, yeah, you are garbage.
There's I do find an element of sort of like self-ownership entertaining. So, for example, and I've got a picture to share in a minute, but it's a GIF. I made a GIF, and so one of the people I watch on Twitter is the Manchester Traffic Unit, so the traffic cops. And and every one of the scary ones for me with those guys. So there's basically one or two guys that tweet along with their shift. Basically what's happened is they pulled the car over because it's got no insurance. Because we have these, I don't know if you got it the same in Australia, but we got something called ANPR, automatic number plate recognition cameras fitted to police cars.
I'm sure we have number plate recognition cameras. Yeah.
So what happens is, and they even have them like located in different places around the city, so they can flash up where they are, and then that can guide the police into, arresting them, stopping the car. But anyway, a scary statistic for me is how while those guys are waiting for a car to be towed away, they'll just be tweeting about something else that happened. They'll take pictures and they'll just rub out the number plate or something. And but every single day that those guys are tweeting on their shift, they catch at least one drink driver. Now, in 2010, the city of Manchester, which is quite a big area, you're talking like 10 miles plus 10, 15 miles that way beyond the city. And I'm 5 miles away from it. So like 20 miles away. Probably about 20. Anyway, so in 2010, before the austerity cuts that we had, because the Conservatives got in 2010, and they decided that we needed to get rid of, reduce the budget, reduce the deficit, and that was largely because of the Iraq War and Afghanistan. It would cost a lot of money to keep the war going on as it does. So, so they'd done cuts on everything they could, including the police. And so one of the things that disappeared was traffic cops. There used to be 30 on duty at any one time in 2010. And up until recently, at any one time, so right now, there is between 4 and 6 on duty across the entire city.
Yeah. Oof.
And so if you can imagine, they're catching at least one drink driver a day.
Yeah.
Imagine how many people are getting away with it every day.
Yes. But again, that's the thing. The police don't stop crime. This is analysis of what's happening everywhere in the world. The vast majority of crimes don't get prosecuted, which is why crime is such a thing, because they're not going to get caught. Also, Eugene, just a big shout out, Blair Cottrell. You probably don't know who that is, Laura. He is an open Hitler worshipping Nazi here in Australia, and he does a heap of steroids, but he doesn't do leg day. It's really funny. There are some very funny photos. He's got very big shoulders and arms and chest. He's got these little twiggy legs, and there's some friends of mine are in a group called YARD, which is an acronym that stands for Yelling at Racist Dogs. And they would go to events where these right-wingers and neo-Nazis were doing things and just yell abuse at them. Like, they're not trying to be clever. They're not trying to make serious points. They're just yelling abuse at them. And one of my friends, he did this thing like, and he's recording it. He's going, and because Blair Cottrell comes out, and he was bringing in some known international right-winger, and I forget what he else, but it was just something about, you know what you look like? A piece of shit that didn't do leg day. It's just because that's actually going to upset him, because he knows his legs are weird and twiggy. He's got this incredibly overdeveloped steroidal chest, shoulders, arms, but he hasn't worked out the legs, so the legs are comparatively really twiggy. It's just
he does all the weightlifting, but none of the leg work.
Does the weightlifting on the top half, but doesn't do anything with the legs.
Yeah.
So the legs are really twiggy.
Anyway, so when I watch the traffic cops thing, so every now and again they will do a speed check. They'll just get the radar gun.
Okay,
and they'll sort of respond, and it's like, in an hour we stopped 32 people for speeding. One of them was doing 78 in a 30. That kind of.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And this is miles per hour, by the way. So it's even more disgusting. So, but what you'll find inevitably in the comments under those things is, haven't you got any real criminals to go after? And like, and then you'll get the other ones which are, basically playing the poor motorist being caught unawares by speed cameras and traffic cops with spam, and it's like, and it's like, and the response is usually, if only there was something you could do to stop being fined.
Yes, you get these people who say, "Oh, these speed cameras are just about revenue raising and whatnot." Because you know how to stick it to the man and make sure they never raise any revenue from these. You know what you can do? Because there's a thing you can do.
Yeah.
Don't speed.
So I created a meme for this because it was so much easier than having to type out all the time. And so this is from Teen Wolf, if you remember it.
Sorry.
And it's like, okay, I see. How I'm going to put this to you. Okay, look at it this way: no speeding, no fine.
That's really. I just love the way the dude's doing the hand movements. It works. It works so well. Just finishing with a Just finishing with
and the original video is like, he turns up in the full dress rehearsal and he's not as the wolf, and it's like whoa, and it's like, okay, this is a full dress rehearsal. Can you like wolf up or wolf it, whatever you do? And it's like, I just want to do this part as like myself, and it's like, and the director of the play is like, whoa, okay, how am I going to put it in this issue? Okay, look at it this way: no wolf, no part.
But again, it's just so meme worthy to have the dude finish with the
Yeah, like, what do you think?
You can pair that to anything with him going
Yeah.
It's really well done. It's really well done.
You
I
know?
love that. Oh dear.
You know, stop being a racist. No one will call you a racist.
Yeah.
You know,
And it's kind of like when you get TERFs saying TERF is a slur, and I go, okay, TERF's only a slur in the same way horrible, bigoted, brain dead piece of shit is a slur. And all you have to do is stop being horrible, brain dead, bigoted piece of shit. And I won't. If you stop being horrible, brain dead, bigoted piece of shit, I will never call you horrible, brain dead, bigoted piece of shit again. Huzzah!
exactly. You know, it's amazing, isn't it? I don't know why these people don't think about it. We're geniuses. We're the only people that think things like this.
Yeah, and the weird thing is people who don't know their history, because TERF is actually a self-descriptor. It was originally the RADFems, radical feminists, who rejected trans women and whatnot. That was literally and because that's a Gen X thing. That's my generation. I remember it was they called themselves radical feminists, and they completely rejected trans women. So by their own description, they were trans exclusionary radical feminists. And it was only after, I don't know, a decade or so of people using TERF as you're a piece of shit, they went, oh, TERF is a slur. And I went, oh, it's only a slur in the same way racist is a slur. So stop being racist, stop being a TERF, and we won't call you that.
You know what? It's really quite funny because about maybe 8 months, a year ago, something like that, so, you know, a couple of TERFs kind of got in their mind that, you know what, being called TERF and gender critical as well is becoming too well known for bigoted fuckbag. So we should reinvent, you know, let's find another term. And so they tried to go with the gender realist until immediately someone went, yeah, that sounds a lot like race realist to me, which is just racist.
There's a reason that sounds like race realist.
Yeah.
Because it's the same shit.
Yeah.
I always laugh.
I've got to tell you this one quick while it's in my mind.
Please go.
So Graham Linehan, like Kelly J. King, you know, sort of, you know, Nazi Barbie. She literally had a Nazi Barbie avatar at one point, as in like full SS uniform picture, you know. When, you know, he described her as a feminist.
Yeah.
And immediately the trans people went, you know, his picture of her saying, I'm not a feminist. And then he ended up blocking people because shit. That got in my way of me, you know, making my point. And the rug has been pulled out from under my feet. Shit.
There's not a single argument that the TERFs can make that doesn't hurt cis women. It's they regularly throw cis women under the bus to serve their gross bigotry, and it's awful.
Yeah. You know, that Kelly J. King, you know, she there's a video of her saying that the American men, you know, the people that did the whole open carry stuff, start going into women's toilets to, you know, protect the women from the trans people stuff, you know. And it's like, oh, isn't the point you don't want men in the women's bathroom and you're claiming the trans people are men? So, you know, it's like the self-ownership.
Yeah, but you get the thing, you know, Posey Parker, where she goes, old men, you should be policing women's toilets and demanding that the people who go to women's toilets satisfy you. And it's just like, you are straight up going to get cis women assaulted and probably murdered. And I know you don't, I know you don't care about trans women, but you are straight up going to get cis women assaulted and murdered. So what's this one? Oh, Posey. Yeah, she's the fucking worst. She's the fucking worst.
Yeah. She recently said that any women that oppose her, they'll be annihilated.
But she straight up was saying, men, you should be violently policing spaces and saying you're not womanly enough. And the number of cis women who don't fit into these narrow parameters that they talk about. And it's just like, the TERFs have no hesitation in selling cis women up the fucking river. And like the one I remember is J.K. Rowling. Because she was talking about, there was some government thing talking about a health and education series for people who menstruate. And she's going, I'm sure we used to have a word for that. And I'm going, you know what? There is an entire spectrum of cis women who don't menstruate. And you don't give a shit about them because you've got this ideology to fucking push. And you literally do not care which cis women you are throwing under the bus to advance your fucking agenda. And it's just... it's just so...
There have been women who have been turfed out of women's bathrooms because they didn't look feminine enough. You know?
And I literally remember this going back decades pre the current era where we are a bit more accepting of trans women. But I remember... This is the thing I remember. This probably goes back to the 80s. In Australia, there was a cis woman weightlifter, Australia, who was competing in the Commonwealth and Olympic Games. She was doing fairly well. And she was a weightlifter, so she was buff as fuck. And she had short hair, and she would talk about being accosted going into women's toilets in public spaces. And she's going like, well, surely if they think about it for a second, she felt like she had feminine features. She was a cis woman. She felt like she had feminine features. And I would agree. But it's just because she was muscular and she had short hair, she would have people... and this is in the 80s. She would have people threatening her and whatnot. And it was just like, yeah... this whole TERF bullshit. And I mean, it's so funny. We're sitting here talking. I was like, yo, cishet white dude here. It's like everything's working for me. But I'm just like, could we not be bigoted to people who are on the fringe? But it goes back so far.
Yeah. You know, I mean, it's amusing because of a lot of the TERFs, and I mean TERFs proper.
Oh, the TERFs fucking
the radical feminist types. One of the things that the radical feminists are kind of into is like, we should get away with these, you know, gender norms that, you know, women are supposed to be like, look like this and be like this, and, you know, etc. And people are people, and, you know, let's get rid of the whole gender obsession. What, you know, because just to give you an example, men can get old gracefully. You know, they get more distinguished in their age, whereas women just get old.
Yeah, it's... And I love there are a few good high profile people in Australia in popular entertainment, actually in music, who are non-binary. I think like assigned female at birth, but they are just like, no, the gender binary doesn't work for me. I'm sorry. And yeah, okay. I've been releasing music. I have a public profile. I am going to publicly identify as non-binary, and just because the gender binary just doesn't work for me. And I think that is a really good thing. Again, Eugene saying, again, I don't want to judge on purely physical appearances, and that's possibly because I'm old and fat. But Posey Parker, not attractive. I'm just gonna say it. I am just going to say it. As a heterosexual man, Posey Parker, not attractive. Not attractive. And I think it's
The only
possibly.
thing I like is she's got a good taste in sunglasses. That's it.
Yeah, I'm possibly going to go with she just repulses me with her own. But it's shallow, and this is where I'm admitting to being a shallow. I'm just going to go, and she could say I'm not attractive, and that's legitimate. That is absolutely legitimate.
She is very fringe amongst a lot of gender critical transphobes, because she has absolutely anyone can team up with her. She doesn't discriminate against anybody teaming up with her, as long as it's let's hate the trans women together. That's it. That's all she has. And that doesn't matter whether it's the Nazis or the ultra right wing Christian fundamentalists. In order to go to Australia and back that, she got money from CPAC.
I know. Dr. Abigail highlighting, I'm taking a really radical, aggressive stance, not attracted to Nazis. I'm just not attractive to Nazis.
Do you know, there's a really interesting thing that I noticed when she went to Melbourne.
Yeah, that's where it turned when she got to Melbourne. That's when it turned.
Yeah, this here is an example how Australia views things differently.
Yep, that was when the Nazis actually came to support her. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting is how, if that was a British newspaper, she would be described as a women's rights activist, not an anti-trans activist. That's the difference in the Australian media. They call a spade call a spade a spade.
But it accelerated after that, because then she went to New Zealand, and everyone in New Zealand went, "Fuck you and your Nazi bullshit."
Yeah.
Oh yes, Harry, I'm with you as well. The Dead Kennedy song, "Nazi punks, fuck off."
Yeah. It's actually quite amusing, because I don't know why, but my brain thought of New Zealanders as a bit like Canadians, very polite and nice. And then, she turns up and they literally throw eggs and stuff at her. And it's
they like the anti her the people who were against her as opposed to people who were pro her. It was about 9-1. In Australia, it was close to 50-50. She had supporters and she had anti, and it was about 50-50. But everyone in New Zealand went, "What? Fuck no." And so when she tried to have rallies in New Zealand, the people who against her was somewhere between 3/4 and 90% of the crowd. She just failed so hard in New Zealand.
I actually sort of did a really nicely time. When you look at something frame by frame, and then you find the amusing part. I found this. It got sort of retweeted around a little bit, or paused in the same place. And that was.
Oh God! She put her arm up.
She was at Hobart, I think it was. Hobart. Is it Hobart? Hobart. I forgot.
No.
It's an Australian place. I can't remember. It's Hobart or Hobart. I can't remember what's pronounced.
That looks like Hobart, actually.
Yeah, that's where it was. I just couldn't remember if it was Bath or Bath. Pronunciation question.
So
Anyway,
Dr. Abigail thinks I'm wrong with the 50-50 here, but yeah, it was But when the straight up Nazis came and supported her, I mean, I look honestly, no matter what I was talking about, if I had a thing that I was important about, I said, "Hey, here's the thing that's important," and a bunch of actual Nazis showed up and said, "We agree with you," I'd go, "Okay, everyone, excuse me for a minute. I'm going to take a moment just to reassess where I am and why the fuck are Nazis here to support me?
Yeah.
Because that seems wrong. So I'm going to
Yeah,
take a
yeah.
moment to think about things."
If the Nazis agree with your position, that's when you go, wait a second, maybe I should reassess. And by the way, just to be honest with that picture, she was actually going, go away, and I just got her on the hand flick up. So
Yeah, no, I know you were taking the piss with that picture. It's good. Eugene, yeah, all those young men who put their arms up, they were just in a fun little club together. That's what was happening there. My God, it's like when these people can't be self-reflective and go, what is it about our position that makes Nazis come along? Oh, yeah, and Posey Parker doesn't care about Nazis. But here is the funny thing. You get people like, and this was literally J.K. Rowling trying to defend Posey Parker. They were tying themselves in knots and going how that those weren't actual Nazis. That was trans activists cosplaying. And it was just like, oh, shut the fuck up. We actually know who they are. They advertised on social media.
Yeah.
National socialists come together and do this. It's not a false flag. It's actual Nazis think your turf bullshit is ace. And it's just like, Jesus. It's fucked up. I also always think of
we're here to protect the children. We're here to protect the women here. You know, that's what one of the guys said. That's, you know.
I also always think of Abigail Thorne, aka Philosophy Tube on YouTube, when she said, like, look, arguably I'm the most famous trans woman in England. And she goes, yay, I'm the queen of Turf Island. That was the queen of Turf Island was such a good phrase.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure what she said was, Turf. I'm on Turf Island, or I'm in. Yeah, yeah. I'm the most recognizable trans person on Turf Island, or Hate Island, or something. Yay.
No, I think the phrase was "I'm the queen of Turf Island." It was just like, oh, it fucking sucks. It's just, oh my God. Yeah. It was just weird. So yeah, no. Again, here's the thing: that whatever her real name is, Posey Parker is an internet name. I agree absolutely with what Dr. Abigail says. She doesn't care about being supported by Nazis because she doesn't mean anything. She's just it's a grift. It's a scam. It's a thing about raising her profile and making money. People like J.K. Rowling mistakenly support people like her and think she's not a Nazi. That was trans activists cosplaying. It was like, no, Nazis really like the TERF agenda. Ugh, Dr. Abigail, you're gonna make me repeat. You know I do that. We haven't played bingo for ages. We haven't played angry bingo or things to do, but we all know I repeat stuff. So what's this one, Laura?
If Nazis show up to support you at your rally and you neither remove them nor denounce them, but instead suppress the people who are protesting them, you're at a Nazi rally.
Yep. Oh yeah. And that is the simple summary of her Melbourne thing. It's just, My God.
Yeah.
It's,
I collect pictures sometimes, and sometimes you get some really good ones like time for Conservatives to shoot up their trucks. Ford caught the woke mine virus. This should be good.
oh my God. Yeah, it's just like they openly advocate for violence, and then when violence happens, like some psychopath shoots up a gay club or shoots up a synagogue or a mosque or something, they go, oh, it's nothing to do with us. And it's going, but you actively advocated for it. You openly and explicitly advocated for it.
Yep.
And it's like, God damn.
Yeah. There is something that I think is worth pointing out.
Yeah.
It is perfectly acceptable to change your mind.
Oh, yeah.
I actually find it really strange when we give politicians such a hard time for what they call flip-flopping. And it's like, wait a minute. Someone may, looked at evidence and made a decision and changed their position. And this is a bad thing. I don't understand why that is.
Mm. Yeah. There's a thing where you say, oh, you backflipped. And you go, well, I believed a particular thing. Someone provided me with evidence that contradicted what I'd professed previously. And in light of that new evidence, I now say this. Oh, no, you backflipped. And
yeah, I don't get that. And, I wouldn't have any problem with, someone saying, you know what, given what I've seen with Posey Parker, she is awful. And you know what? Even if they're still adamant on being a transphobe, divorcing themselves from her would still be a good thing.
Oh yeah, no. She shamelessly aligns herself with Nazis.
Yeah.
It's
anybody. It doesn't matter who. She said it. She will align with anybody as long as it's on the anti-trans stuff.
Yeah.
As long as they're on her side with the anti-trans stuff.
Yeah, no, it is super weird, and look, and it's perfectly possible in this strange and complex thing we call life and society. You may find someone who you think is diametrically opposed to you saying what seems to be the same thing as you. I think then you just take time and you go, okay, why do they seem to be saying the same thing as me? Why do they seem to agree? Because it's kind of like saying like, okay, that Nazi also says we shouldn't be dismembering and torturing children. Okay, the fact that we both said that doesn't mean I'm a Nazi. But I'm going to sit and look and go, what did we agree with? Okay, we kind of agreed with an incredibly extreme thing that shouldn't happen. But when it becomes a thing like, oh yes, we both agreed that we should oppress a particular group of people, that could be a problem. That could be a problem if your version of suppressing a group works hand in glove with a Nazi saying you should repress a particular group. That's a whole thing. But
one of the things that I think is really, really bad is in the US we the old Fox News problem.
yes.
And what they'll frequently do is refer to Associated Press articles.
Yeah.
But what they do is they give them their own twist. So, for example, on May the 18th, Fox News version of an AP article on a Democratic bill in Oregon that would extend protections for gender-affirming care changes. Gender-affirming care was changed to sex reassignment care. Yada yada yada. Enforcement hold for Oklahoma's gender affirming care ban changes the term gender affirming throughout to sex reassignment. Changes gender affirming to sex change. Including the lead sentence where restrictions on gender affirming care for younger people people younger than 19 are described as restrictions on sex change procedures for children. And and it just keeps going like that all the time. It's always like, will someone think of the children kind of thing. And it's like gender affirming care is pretty usually just letting them wear the clothes they want to wear, grow their hair, just treat them with respect, and they're just being a kid, the gender they are. And then later on, they end up taking puberty blockers, it's kind of funny how they want to ban anyone from getting, because it's like, NHS obviously here. Well, they, the taxpayers have to, money was used to just give someone some cosmetic surgery to give them, a vagina or something. Not even a real vagina, it's a fake one, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And, and it's like, oh, I'm sorry. You mean like in the same way as Viagra is available on the NHS?
Yep. If you're going to talk about natural, maybe if a dude can't get a boner, that's natural.
Yeah. Apparently, when men get older, they a large percentage, I think it's something like 46% or something like that. I can't remember what the number is now, but it was in the 40s somewhere. Lose an X chromosome later in life.
Yep.
So they just have one X.
Sorry. I also love the thing the right wingers are obsessed about. But they'll throw it out like they think it's a real winning thing, like, how do you define a woman, or what's the definition of a woman? And you go, if someone threw that at me, I'd go, well, what do you care? What's your definition of women? Why do you care? And it's because it's been shown again and again, the TERFs, the bigots and whatnot, they can't do definition of a woman that doesn't exclude some cis women. You cannot do it. And another thing people are thrown about, like when they say, "Oh, define a woman," they go, "Okay, define a chair. Define a chair for me." And you cannot provide a definition that doesn't exclude something that we think is a chair, or doesn't include something that we think isn't a chair. It's just like yes, words mean things, but the meaning's subjective and whatnot. It's like, well, what's a woman? It's kind of like, what is a woman is what does society accept as a woman? And when they start getting into genetics and whatnot, they go, shut the fuck up. How can that be meaningful? How can you possibly measure things at a genetic level? You can't. Shut the fuck up.
It's not even that.
And yes, but I love Dr. Abigail's throwing in "behold a chair," which is a reference to the old Aristotelian thing of "behold a man," and it just involved having a plucked chicken.
Funnily enough, it's the Graham Linehan thing.
Sorry, I'm just going to throw in a couple things.
Sure.
Eugene, Matt Walsh is a weird freak.
Yes.
Loto on Twitch, if you're talking about my forehead, aka my 5 head, I thoroughly, I am absolutely, you can't embarrass me, because I am absolutely going to own the fact I have a bizarrely oversized head, and particularly a bizarrely oversized forehead. you're not going to upset me or whatever.
I've
I don't
quite
know what you think about noses. I don't know if you're going to get anti-Semitic there. I don't think my nose is particularly big, but I don't know. I live in the most Jewish area of Australia. I was going to say Melbourne, but I actually live in the most Jewish area of Australia. And if I go out for a walk, particularly if I'm wearing my hat, I get weird proselytizing Orthodox Jewish people trying to get me to come and have Shabbat with them. Oh, okay. Loto, you like my big forehead. Thank you. Because that is one of my dominant features, my incredibly oversized forehead. Yeah. Oh, was it Diogenes who did the thing, Behold a Chicken? Yeah. It's the whole thing about when you try to provide a really hard definition of something, you are always going to exclude things that people generally think belong, and you are going to include things that people go, yeah, they know that's not a thing.
So I've got a screen share for you because this is a Graham
Oh,
Leonard.
there's a screen share. What's this one?
So, it's like,
Oh, God, it's Linna's. Okay.
yeah.
Women might like to know, does she know woke dudes who think... So Richard Duffy said there's no meaningful definition of woman. The only people want strictly defined. Yes.
So,
Oh, yeah, no, that's the whole thing, yeah. No, that's the exact one.
hang on,
Someone saying to Graham Linehan, define chair, and then they fucking owned him.
yeah, and then...
Yeah, what he defined was a fucking horse. Yeah.
The thing about it is that whole "what is a woman" thing. It is basically playing the definitional whack-a-mole, Scotsman fallacy.
Yeah,
So the no true Scotsman fallacy is, basically, it's like a moving the goalpost kind of a game. So the story of the No True Scotsman, where the phrase comes from, is two Scotsmen are in a bed and breakfast. They're having breakfast, and one of them, they're having porridge for breakfast, and one of them reaches out and gets the sugar and starts putting it on in his porridge, and the other Scotsman says, "What are you doing, putting sugar on your porridge?" Sorry, Scottish people, we have salt on our porridge. And the other guy says, "Well, I'm a Scotsman and I like sugar." And the other guy goes, "No true Scotsman puts sugar on his porridge."
Yeah, the no true Scotsman fallacy. Yeah.
So it's basically, you can't be a true Scotsman. Suddenly you're not a Scotsman if you decide to not put sugar on salt on the porridge. It's just a bizarre reason to say no. You're not entitled to call yourself.
You are the other. Yes.
Yeah. So so what happens is the transphobes are like, you can't be someone like me. You can't be a woman because you can't make babies. It's like, well, there are lots of women that can't make babies. There are, women don't have, women have wombs, men don't. Well, actually, there are women that don't have wombs. And so, it's like, okay, we need to find a new way. Okay, so then they go into chromosomes. And it's like...
Yeah,
Yeah, you see, the problem is it's not as simple as that, because you can get XXY, XYY.
Yeah.
It's not as simple as this binary, because they like to play this basic biology thing. Or it's basic biology. Well, the thing is, one of the things we know about biology is it is not basic. If it was basic, everybody would get a degree, of biology at school or something. I mean, it's not basic. And so what happens is then they go, oh, well, it's gametes. And it's like, look, how many people do you think actually get chromosomal checks? That people actually check chromosomes? And the thing is, and of course,
that's the whole thing. When they start getting to that level, the chromosomal gamete, and it's like, I'm fucking sorry. At a societal level, Who knows that? Nobody. Nobody knows that at a societal level. So for fuck's sake, how can you try to define that's what an important it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Sorry, Abigail, that's people from Lancashire.
I thought that was Welsh. The blood pudding was Welsh.
I don't think so.
I'm trying to think of the goodies with Bill Oddie and the black pudding. Where was that?
I just want to finish off that a lot of the TERF stuff came out of sort of 1970s lesbians largely, where, you know, those were the radical feminists, you know, and their ideas were like, okay, I don't need men for anything, you know. And so they would insist, like, you know, their home was their safe space, which is ironic because safe space is now considered a kind of like millennial Zoomer, like, oh, you're a snowflake, you need a safe space. But anyway, so their safe space was their home, and they, you know, they wouldn't allow a man to come and read the electric meter. They would have to send a woman to do that job, you know, otherwise they wouldn't allow them in the house to be able to check the meter, you know, to read the meter. So, you know, stuff like that. Well, you know, so a lot of the TERFs early on were lesbians. And so, but, you know, sort of the idea that, you know, sort of, I don't know, they see a woman across the bar and they think, oh, she's pretty or whatever, you know, and you could say the same thing about a guy or whatever. And of course, nobody did a chromosomal or gamete test.
No.
Well, when you looked at her and went, oh, she's cute, you know. Nobody did that. And yet, for some reason, there's this kind of moving of the goalposts, you know, thing. You know, and like I say, there's this sort of weird double standard exactly we're talking about with women going, you know, not very feminine women going into the ladies' bathroom being accosted for not, you know, and it's like, we want to get rid of this, you know, requirement for women to be like feeble and dainty and, you know, need to be looked after by men kind of thing, which is admirable. But then what will happen is they'll flip it around as like, you know, if you're being too feminine, if someone like me, I mean, I wear like flowery dresses and stuff like that. I look cute a lot of the time whenever I go out. Well, you're now like, that's women face, you know, you're pretending to be a woman and you're not being some kind of weird, crazy stereotype of what a man thinks a woman's like. And then, you know, it's almost like the Little Britain is like, oh, I'm a lady, or something like that. You know, it's just this mockery kind of thing. But of course, if you don't do that, if you shout abuse at someone because they shouted abuse, oh, well, that's not very ladylike. So there's no winning.
No.
You know, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, you know, and they don't care, you know. And this is the thing you have to remember. These are people who don't care about what is true. They only care about what they want to be true.
Yeah.
And you can say that about so many things. I've said that about the sort of Christian fundamentalist types. They don't care about what's true. They only care about what they want to be true.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like, you know, a Boston Children's Hospital, and they were getting like bomb threats and hate mail and people, you know, threatening all sorts of other things, threatening doctors because they had a trans clinic there. And, you know, they're doing sexual assignment surgeries on 12-year-olds. And it's like, no, they're not. They're not even giving puberty blockers at that age, you know. And, you know, and it's like, we don't do it on under 18s. We don't do any surgery with under 18s. So they're not children.
Yeah. It's a lot of these arguments just aren't based in reality. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Go back for I have I have a couple of back scratches in different rooms in the house. It's like, so if I get itchy in one room, I got a back scratcher, and I have a different back scratcher in another room if I get itchy there.
This is plastic tube. So,
Okay.
I got loads of them when I went to one of the Pride parades, because what they'll do is you'll get a piece of plastic tube with a sort of C-shaped clip on it, and the bit of sort of papery card, which will be the flag advertising, Barclays Bank or Thomas Cook, holidays or something. Well, the thing is, a piece of plastic like this will cost me £1.29 at a model shop. And they were throwing these, people were like waving them and then throwing them on the floor. So I just went and scavenged, I think I came home with 65.
Yeah.
So they're useful for model making. And they were free.
Yep. I was just going to throw in Loto saying, "Do me to stop drinking is unhealthy." Yes, drinking too much alcohol is definitely unhealthy. The latest thing I was drinking was actually a non-alcoholic drink. This is a non-alcoholic version, an approximation of an Aperol Spritz. They call it an Amalfi Spritz. So it's meant to be sort of bittersweet orange with soda. But Loto, I'm completely on board with you saying excessive alcohol consumption is definitely unhealthy. It is. And look, and I get when people see my bar, it can freak them out. It can, like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck are you, like, okay. Real talk, alcoholics do not have collections of bottles. Alcoholics have empty bottles. Alcoholics cannot wrap their head around the idea of having bottles of alcohol that you haven't drunk. They get a bottle of alcohol, they empty the bottle of alcohol. I get, and also, Loto, I will absolutely say, pretty much any health professional in the world who knew how much I drank would go, dude, that's a little bit much. It's not like they're going like, you'll be dead next week, but I completely acknowledge any responsible health professional would look at me and go, that's a little bit much. You should. I'm not comfortable with what you're doing.
But you're not every day, are you?
What am I? Sorry,
you're not doing it every day, are you?
No. There are literally multiple days every week where I don't drink any alcohol at all. But again, if you judge me on a Friday night stream, if you thought I did this every day, I do this once a week. But again, health professionals would also say doing that once a week is not good. It's not so.
It's what we in the UK called rat-assed.
But also, I say, like if you had a breathalyzer, I'm definitely over the legal limit right now. And this is our whole joke about being Tim Smith. Just like the whole problem with Tim Smith, the politician, is thinking it's completely legitimate for him to drive a car home when he's shit-faced to the extent that he just crashes into someone's fence. That's when you're fucked up, when you have the old single vehicle accident when there's no one else involved and you just lose control of your car and crash into something. There's no way I would get behind the wheel of a car at the moment because I am definitely inebriated.
Do you know that 5 people get killed every day in the UK in car accidents?
That's not that surprising.
But I learned a really scary thing recently. So I think I said earlier on that a friend of mine from the War Games Club has a van, and he helped me move my treadmill to my place. He told me recently. So he's a tradie. I don't know if you call them the same thing. Tradesmen, the kind of people that do plumbing and he does kitchen cabinets and stuff like that. He does kitchens, and he was saying that one of the problems with tradies is that they drink far too much, and also a lot of cocaine.
Oh, okay. Doing the old nose candy. Okay.
Yeah, and it's like, he knows barely any that haven't got a problem with one kind of another, either drinking or drugs.
Yeah.
And it's like a lot of cocaine, he said. And so if you think about it, this morning, a bunch of tradies got out of bed and had a shower, a shave, whatever, and then they got in their vans, and last night they may have been rat-arsed.
Yeah.
Badly. So they're probably still drunk now.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So what's Lotro saying? You break cabinets at work to make room temperature. So Dr. Abigail thinks that makes Loto a chippy. So what do we have? In Australia, we refer to chippies, that's carpenters. Sparkies are electricians. Do we have a word for plumbers? I don't know if there's an equivalent word for plumbers in the building trade. I don't know, but we do generically say tradies, which is people in whatever trade is a thing. But yeah, it's a whole thing. Okay, Loto's saying they're not a carpenter. Oh, you just break stuff. That's okay. Stuff has to get broken. Stuff has to get broken down and put into the fucking machines. It's like there are really successful YouTube channels that are nothing but throwing things into industrial grinders that crush them and break them up. I caught a couple of videos last week and it's like, wow, that's brilliant. I want to make one of those. Mm-hmm. And it's someone who is making curved pieces. So basically, when you get floating shelves, yeah,
but instead of not just a floating shelf, but it was like a oval shaped one almost, like flat oval. So it's like flat, 180 degrees, flat, 180 degrees. And what you do is you take plywood and you get a router. Do you call them routers there?
Mm-hmm.
So you get a router and you like a long V-shaped bit, and it creates this channel in it. And then you put super glue and you sort of spray it with some water and sometimes iron it. Steam works, and it bends inwards. So you put glue on it, and then it bends inwards. And you put it to hold it in place, and then you do the other half, and the two pieces go together, and it makes, like I say, a flattened oval. And it's like, wow, that's really cool. I want to make one of those.
It was Dr. Abigail saying she loves the videos of things going in industrial shredders. The big ones, you can drop a fucking car engine into them, and those machines are strong enough to just crush it and shred it into scrap metal. They're friggin' wild.
Do you think we can drop Glenna and Matt Welsh? Sorry, did I say that loudly?
You always, when you say stuff like that, you throw in Minecraft. It's like,
yeah.
I didn't mean it in the real world. I meant in Minecraft.
Yeah.
Like, could I strap 1,000 blocks of TNT to them and blow them up in Minecraft? It's just a thing.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, it looks like the Lion King is going to get his comeuppance.
Oh, yeah?
The lying king, as in Donald Trump.
All right. I don't know. How many indictments can one person have?
He has over 100 charges now.
Yeah, but he has 4 distinct criminal cases,
Yeah.
each individual case of which is really serious.
Yeah.
But probably at this point, the most serious one is the most recent one, the Georgia attempting to overturn the election one,
Yeah.
where minimum sentences which cannot be overturned are like 10 to 15 years. And he's fucking guilty. He is absolutely fucking guilty of the charges.
The bit that's really crazy about it is that, you know, I mean, the other day he lied and said that, you know, he had to stay in America and like deal with the people trying to change the law. We need to be here to challenge them. I can't go to Scotland. The reality is his bail conditions say no international transport. But not only that, you know, a part of his bail is he's not allowed to, you know, to sort of like witness tampering, you know, to put witnesses off.
Oh yeah, no, he was under very specific restrictions. Yeah,
you know, he's been doing that, so he's probably going to end up getting censured because unfortunately Donald Trump isn't smart enough to listen to the lawyers saying, "Shut the fuck up, mate! Don't talk about it."
He's like had so many lawyers either be co-indicted conspirators or just quit. They just looked at it and went, "Yep, no, fuck off. I'm out, done."
I think, to be honest, I think a lot of the time it's, "What do you mean I'm not getting paid?"
Oh yeah, and that's a thing that goes back decades with him, not paying people. And
they should just want to do it for free because he's such a nice guy and he was the president. You know, that's not just limited to Trump. That goes for rich people around the world. I remember going way back, was it 80s or 90s, where Australia won the America's Cup, which was the first time someone outside of the US won the America's Cup. And he was doing the next challenge was going to be in Australia. And there were all these people who provided various services at the yacht club and the marina, security and whatnot. And when they submitted invoices and he wouldn't pay them, he was basically saying, you should just be happy that you're part of the whole thing. And they were like, I want to get paid. And it's just the thing rich people do, that they expect to be able to get away with not paying people. Do you know what? I blame it on the $1 million check movie.
The movie?
Yeah, there was a movie. There was basically a poor guy. I think it was Cary Grant.
Okay.
And, basically, what happens is someone gives him $1 million check. Or was it $10,000, $100,000 check, or whatever it was? It was a lot of money. And the premise of it is like, how far can this guy go? Can he get a hotel room? Can he get food and lodgings and drink and parties and all that kind of stuff? And have a just because he's got a check for $1 million. You know, he still has a check. It's not like it's in the bank and now he's got money to spend. No, he's just got a check. The only value he has as a you know, any credit is the fact that he's got $1 million check. You know, and this is why I mean, I've had people give me a hard time for saying that Donald Trump isn't a billionaire.
No, he's not. He absolutely categorically is not.
Yeah, millionaire, I think that's a fair claim to make, but billionaire, no, because if you look at it, it's all based upon, collateral.
It's smoke and mirrors.
Years,
Yeah.
you know, in collateral, you know, the Trump name itself is primarily something that's on a building.
Yeah.
You know, someone's moved into the Trump Tower, which is someplace in Idaho somewhere or whatever. And it's just a building that is licensed. So effectively, his name is a license thing. You know, like having Coca-Cola at McDonald's, or, you know, it's a franchise. No,
Yeah.
not it's almost like no, it's not quite a franchise, but it's sort of, because effectively
It's very close to it. He's tried to sell his name on multiple things over the decades.
Yeah.
But also, even like, okay, Trump is an obvious charlatan, and his actual access to liquid wealth is a quite small percentage of what he claims. But even people like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos, the overwhelming majority of their wealth is imaginary, like 90+% of it's imaginary. It's tied up in the stock of companies. And if they tried to sell the stock to turn it into liquid capital, the price of the stock would plummet instantly. And so their wealth would plummet instantly. Try to explain that to people sometimes, like when we talk about, you know, the richest 100, the billionaires and whatnot, we go, well, you know, 90% of their wealth is imaginary. But again, that still means they probably have access to hundreds of millions of dollars in liquid capital, which is still obscene. That's still very obscene. But when we start talking about tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars, that's fictional. That's imaginary.
Well,
sorry, you're being Dr. Evil there.
Yes. But you know, I used to say this. You know, I've said this years ago. You know, and I'd ask this kind of like open-ended question: do you think a brain surgeon is wealthy? And most people would say, yeah. It's like, why? You know, like, let's say he's earning $1 million a year. Okay. You know, brain surgeon, is he wealthy? And most people go, yeah, because he's earning $1 million. And it's like, okay, so let's imagine this guy has a car crash and he can't work anymore. So he's no longer a brain surgeon. Is he wealthy now? And, you know, it's like, you know, and like you basically say no, because ultimately what made him what you might think as wealthy is his ability to earn money.
Yeah.
And
if he keeps working, he keeps generating wealth. Yeah.
And so if he doesn't, he's, you know, it's not really wealth. It's just, you know, I mean, unless he's got some kind of pension pot put aside, insurance or something, so that he can live off, you know, that. But really, what wealth is someone who can earn money even if they don't bother going to work.
Yeah. And that's why in the English novels, the you know, the novels by the Brontes or Jane Austen, the truly wealthy look down upon people who are in industry. And in the modern world, you go, why the fuck are you shitting on someone who has a job that generates a lot of money? Because these people generate unimaginable amounts of wealth without doing anything, because they own property and the means of production. And so other people working generates wealth for them. So that's why they look down on people in industry and in business, because, well, yes, on paper, those people might generate dollars or pounds in a way that's comparable to what I do, but the day they stop working is the day they stop earning. Me personally, I don't work ever, and yet I continue to generate wealth. And it's just like,
yeah, I mean, we saw it in the Titanic movie when it's like they refer to them as new money. Yeah, but you know, I mean, you know, we only have to look at Elon Musk. Okay, Twitter has been valued at only worth 20 billion now. He paid 40 billion for it, so it's halved in value. And
Oh, it's not worth a tenth of what he paid for it. It's just ridiculous.
And again, he's exactly like Glenner. That he had one of his tweets, suspended or whatever it was, and so after that, his ego was like, "How dare you try to stifle my speech?"
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it's a private company. You can do that. It's not the government. The First Amendment doesn't apply. And so, it's like, oh, how dare they? I know, I will buy it because that way they can't stop me then. I'll own it. And it's like, and he offered them $40 billion dollars, and they go, yeah, that'll do. And then it's like, whoa, what do you mean? Yeah. I think one of the craziest Musk things I saw was when the war in Ukraine started. He challenged Putin for a fight.
Of course he did.
Over Ukraine.
Mm.
And it's like, number one, what the fuck? Number two is, what the fuck do you think they would let you, the Ukrainians, let you fight for them? You'd think they would have like some big beefy Ukrainian guy that they hope would kick
They might prefer that, yes.
To some guy who's on the internet and makes promises that he can't.
Some weird pasty dude who lives in Fantasyland. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, don't you think Elon Musk has got better things to do, like have companies and things that he said is going to be available next year 5 years ago. To get those things actually working, like the self-driving car and the trucks, and
the fact that Tesla are no closer to a self-driving car than they were 10 years ago. But anyway,
Elon Musk is in danger. I have a record. I think in the next 5 to 10 years he'll be broke, and the reason I say that is because, as you were saying about his money is in stock. And over the last 10 years, he's been on a good thing, effectively, because they were like the number one in town for like electric vehicles.
Yeah.
And Tesla was a bit like Apple in the sense of, this is really cool. This is a cool car to own. Not whether it's brilliant as a car or whatever. It's a bit like a DeLorean. Wasn't a brilliant car, but it was cool. And that's what made it popular.
Cool. Yeah. But
and so what I think is going to happen is, because every car maker and their mum is now making electric cars because that's where the future goes.
And they're making better ones.
They're making better ones. So it's like, well, why would I buy a Tesla when I can buy a Ford, or I can buy a Fiat, or I can
a Toyota or whatever.
Exactly. I can buy a Toyota thing that does the same job and looks cooler and has better build quality. And so as a result, the Tesla's electric market share is going to drop and drop and drop and drop and drop, and then and that stock is going to be pretty much worthless.
Also, I think he's going to get kicked off the board of all the companies when they all go like, "No, dude, you're dragging us down. You fucking suck."
Yeah.
He's a goddamn idiot. He's going to go down in history as just a goddamn idiot. Ugh. All right. Also, it's like 1:30 a.m. where I am, and I am fucking fading. Also, I'm considering Eugene just trying to cheer me up. The in Minecraft defense doesn't work. Oh, thanks, Eugene. I use that as my plausible deniability multiple times on every live stream. You're telling me it's not actually a plausible defense. Oh wow, thanks. I needed to know I'm in terrible trouble. So But if I'm going to finish,
I want to finish on a funny transphobia thing.
please do it.
It's funny in the cynical sense, rather than the hilarity. So, a couple of weeks ago, like the number one transphobe cry was about Costa, who were like English Starbucks.
Right.
So a coffee chain. And they basically had this, and it's a picture of a trans man, and it's got scars where they've had the mastectomy.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And, oh my God, the transphobes just went crazy over this.
Yeah.
And the thing that's funny about it is that they're getting upset and angry about a van that was at a pride march, a pride parade 2 years ago.
Okay. Yeah.
They're upset about something that happened at a pride event 2 years ago. I mean, get a grip. Number one, it was 2 years ago. No one gave a fuck then. Why are you giving a fuck now? And it's like, it happened at a pride event. It's the perfect place to do it. It's not like it was, outside a cancer hospital, where women are having their breast, removed, having mastectomies because they got cancer. I mean, so it was in the perfect environment, and it was saying, yep, that represents trans men. The trans men not to deserve to be, highlighted. So I just found that hilarious how they'll get into a massive pickle over nothing really important.
Oh yeah, no, they just say and do.
They're searching for things to get angry about.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. As I say, like the Facebook group I'm in, man invents an imaginary scenario, then gets angry about it, and they do it. They repeatedly invent shit that's not real and get super worked up about it, and it's very weird. It's very weird. But I'm going to sign off with the thing that is real, the cherry. The cherry is real. And we are symbolically ending the stream. I'm eating the cherry. Okay, this is 1:30.
Black cherry, you racist.
This is the latest I've done a Friday stream for a little while. 1:30 a.m. I am definitely vaguing and spacing out now, so I need to go to bed. So Saturday night, no stream. I am doing a date night. But, okay, fun fact for people who keep track of things I'm doing, Mrs. Angry and I are going to a new place for date night. So I might have photos to share of food and drinks. So I don't know. But that might be either on the Discord or on the stream on Sunday night. I might share new and exciting things about Saturday night date night. Who knows? It's a mystery. I don't know what's going to happen because it's in the future. But I'm going to say good night to all you fabulous people. Had a good time. It's been so lovely to see you, Laura. Again, you were apologizing on the Discord for not being around. And I said, no, don't apologize. You've got a life. But you were here tonight. It's been so lovely to see you. I've really enjoyed spending time with you. And I hope you look after yourself. And everyone else, I hope you'll look after yourselves too. See you another time.